tempat atau arena debat bahasa Inggris.
Oke bang, over kayak ini. Enggak.
Baik, sekali lagi saya memanggil para peserta debat bahasa Inggris sesi final untuk memperebutkan juara 3 dan 4 pada pagi hari ini, yaitu dari SMK Negeri 1 Bisnis dan Manajemen Merauke tim 1 dan SMK Negeri 1 Bisnis dan Manajemen Merauke tim 2. Ya, jadi dua-duanya ini dari SMK Negeri 1 Bisnis dan Manajemen. Oke, thank you. Oke. Well, good morning for the participant. Now we are going to have the debate, the English debating contest for the final session. So now we are going to determine the third and fourth position. Before we go to the contest, now you have to choose the motion and position. Before that, one of you to battle the paper, scissors, stone. So I give you a chance to choose the motion. Well, the motion is, this house believes that SMK students should be allowed to choose their own elective subjects outside their major, like engineering student taking culinary class. Well, now you have to choose the position. Picture or number? Picture or number? Well, I will roll the coin, and if the picture is on the top, so you will be the government team, and if the number on the top, you will be the government team. Okay? Picture. Yeah. So your team will be the government team. Okay. The government team will be from SMK Negeri 1 Business and Management Team 1, and the opposition team will be the Team 2. So now I will give you the time for cash building for 15 minutes. You can go to the stage to prepare your debate. Thank you.
Pak Kadis boleh nanti kasih penguatan untuk tim semua, boleh? Gitu ya. Iya. Iya, jadi tetap
Pokoknya jam 12 harus tuntas. Supaya udah intinya jam 12 harus tuntas. Karena nanti 3 jam itu untuk
Okay, I'm sorry for the debaters. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the Chairman of Dinas Pendidikan Kabupaten Merauke. The stage is yours.
Salam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi untuk kita semua, salam sejahtera, Tuhan memberkati kita semua di hari ini. Para juri yang saya hormati, Bapak Ibu guru hebat yang mendampingi siswa sampai dengan hari ini, para siswa sekalian, peserta yang sebentar akan melaksanakan final. Hari ini hari terakhir kita melaksanakan lomba final. Bapak Ibu guru hebat, silakan memastikan bahwa siswa-siswa kita yang sudah ikuti proses dari awal babak pengisian sampai dengan saat ini mudah-mudahan mereka bisa tampil dengan sempurna pada hari ini. Dan hari ini kita aktivitas sampai jam 12 untuk final harus selesai. Nanti para juri tolong kemas dengan baik untuk final debat bahasa Inggris. Paling tidak jam 12 harus selesai karena nanti kita akan melaksanakan penutupan di jam 4 sore. Pak Bupati yang nanti akan menutup kegiatan ini secara resmi. Tetapi sebelum penutupan ada pengumuman pemenang lomba, kemudian ada pengumuman Expo SMK terbaik, kemudian ada pengumuman tenaga kerja pencakir yang terdaftar dalam kegiatan ini, kemudian ada penyerahan hadiah, dan kemudian akan ditutup secara resmi oleh Bapak Bupati Merauke. Bapak Ibu guru, itu saja yang dapat saya sampaikan. Para juri yang masih setia, terima kasih. Mudah-mudahan kegiatan ini sesuai dengan yang disampaikan Pak Bupati pada saat pembukaan akan menjadi agenda tahunan. Kita akan kemas lagi di tahun berikutnya dengan lebih meriah lagi. Saya butuh dukungan Bapak Ibu semua karena ini ruang untuk kita tampilkan anak-anak kita. Ini adalah panggung anak-anak. Mudah-mudahan bisa berlanjut lebih meriah lagi di tahun yang akan datang. Itu saja, terima kasih. Selamat melaksanakan final debat bahasa Inggris di pagi hari ini. Tuhan memberkati kita semua. Shalom. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Romanus for delivering the speech this morning. We continue to the debate cast building. Berapa? Okay, I give the contest to the chairperson.
audiens sih Pak? Gimana? Pak duduk ya Pak.
Mohon diperhatikan untuk Bapak Ibu atau siswa semua yang berada di panggung atau di tenda debat. Jadi bisa dilihat di tiang tenda ada plastik hitam, ada kresek hitam. Itu bukan hiasan kekinian tetapi adalah tempat untuk sampah. Jadi nanti apabila adik-adik atau Bapak Ibu ada menghasilkan sampah, mohon bisa ditempatkan di plastik yang sudah digantung di situ. Terima kasih.
Itu zoom audience. Yuk, sabar. Sok, teskeun. Aduh, ketutupan.
1 minute left for cash building.
Oh, sabar. Nih. Nih. Cepet. Fokus yang awal kan? Coba. Lihat. Nah.
Time is up.
Sabar, udah selesai, balik juri. Oke, balik ke juri.
Well, good morning ladies and and gentlemen, welcome to the final English debate competition 2026. My name is Dewi as chairperson, Ma'am Git as timekeeper, and Ma'am Tri and Ma'am Septa as no takeout. Today's motion for debate is: this House believes that SMK students should be allowed to choose their own elective subjects outside their majors. Well, I will introduce the team. On my left side, we have the government team from SMK Negeri 1 Bisnis dan Manajemen. Give applause. On my right side, we have opposition team from SMK Negeri 1 Bisnis and Management Team 2. Well, I would also like to introduce our Honorable Board of Educators, Mr. Stephen Ronald Ahlaro, SPD. Sorry, MPD. Next, Edvinder Diliana, SPF MLI, SPD MLI. And Mr. Rido Nainggolan, MPD. Are you ready? Apa ya? Motion tadi. Oh, aduh, mana tuh? Okay, before we begin, let me remind you of the rules. Each speaker has 7 minutes to deliver your speech. At the first minutes will be twice bell to signal that POI are open. At the 6 minutes will be twice bell to signal that POI are closed. At the 7th minute, at the 6 minutes will be 4th bell. Once again, at the first minutes will be twice bell to signal that POI are open. At the 6 minutes will be twice bell to signal that POI are closed. At the 7 minutes will be 4th bells. At the 7:30 will be long bell to mark the end of time.
Well, I give you the first speaker of government team. The time is yours.
Tes, tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, good morning, honorable educators, judges, and my opposing team and the audience. Before we start, I'm gonna introduce me and my team again. So I'm gonna introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Syarifitra Sharifullah as the first speaker.
My name is Muhammad Afgan as the second speaker.
My name is Ilmira Nuzawar Eskana Jufri as the third speaker.
Now, my job as the first speaker is to explain the motion and explain very briefly as to why we agree to it. And the motion is about SMK students being allowed to choose their elective subjects outside of their major. And we agree with this motion because there are several reasons as to why. The first is that SMK students aren't really programmed just for one job. For example, there is an engineering student who are also very interested in cooking. And for myself specifically, my major is about computer engineering and what's it called again? Operating systems. But my interest is also in photography and videography. And also the second reason is because the real world requires hybrid skills or multiple jobs. Not only will employees or students who work on jobs have multiple jobs will make multiple skills will make the industry easier to work on, but it's also just going to be very reliable for everyone. And the third reason is to prevent career regrets. So for example, if you get fired from one of your job or one of your job that is based off your major, like for example, maybe an AI took over your job. Well, you can focus on your alternative interest, like what you are interested on before. And the final reason is because if SMK is no longer narrow and limiting when it comes to majors, most students are going to choose SMK over academic high school. That is all I can explain. Thank you.
Okay, the first speaker from government team spent time 2 minutes 54 seconds.
Now I give the time for the for the first speaker of opposition team. Yes. Time is yours.
Thank Thank you for the chairperson that has been given time to me. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. A very pleasant good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, peace be upon you. The honorable adjudicators, moderator, timekeeper, and our beloved partner from the government team. Our motion today is this House believes that SMK students should be allowed to choose their own elective subject outside their major. And we are from the opposition team, we state clearly that we strongly disagree and firmly reject the motion today. Before delivering my arguments, allow me to introduce myself and my beloved teammates. I am Christianella Febriani as the first speaker. Will firmly against this motion. And my second speaker, Filzanadia Rahma, will demonstrate the government proposal and rebut the government argument and strengthen our position. And our third speaker will prove our argument today. Honorable adjudicators, respected member of the government, and dear audience, as the leader of the opposition, I stand firmly against this motion. While the government presents this idea as progressive and flexible, we argue that allowing SMK students to freely choose elective subjects outside their major will weaken the core purpose of vocational education, reduce specialization, and create inefficiencies in the learning process. In the speech, I will define our stance and present clear reasons why this policy does more harm than good. SMK is designed to prepare students with specific job-ready skills in a particular fields such engineering, hospitality, or business. The purpose of SMK is not to provide general education, but to produce graduates who are highly skilled and ready to enter the workforce. Allowing students to choose elective outside their major means diverting team, time, energy, and resources away from their core specialization. The primary goal of SMK is develop expertise in a specific field, mastery requires team and deep focus. If students spend an unrelated subject, they will have less time to practical technical skill, develop professional competence, achieve industry standard. For example, an engineering student who spend time in culinary classes may miss valuable opportunities to improve technical skill such as machinery operation or design. As a result, students may graduate with shallow knowledge in multiple areas instead of strong expertise in one, making them less competitive in job market. Students who want broad exploration already have alternatives such as general academic school. SMK should remain focused on career-oriented training. SMK design is to produce skilled professional, not generalistic. Deep focus and mastery must remain the priority. For the reason, we firmly reject this motion. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the first speaker, opposition team. You spend time 4 minutes 6 seconds.
The opposition team spent 4 minutes 6 seconds. Oke, saya akan panggil tim berikutnya. Untuk yang tim SMA, silahkan mengambil tempat untuk case building. SMA Yohanes 23 dan SMA Negeri 1 Tanah Miring. Silahkan. Okay, next. The second speaker of government team, the floor is yours.
The opposition claimed that allowing cross-major elective will weaken or reduce specialization skill. This is misleading. We are not replacing the core curriculum. Students will spend the most majority of their time mastering the main field. Elective subjects are only a small portion of the curriculum designed to complement, not replace specialization. In fact, exposure to other fields can enhance specialization. For example, an engineering student will learn culinary skill, may better understand food machinery, may packaging system on our production processes. This creates uplift knowledge, not distraction. The opposition assumes that learning is a zero-sum game, but in reality, knowledge can be interconnected and mutually reinforcing. But before that, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable educators, respected member of the opposition team, and the dear audience. As the Deputy Prime Minister, my role is to defend the government team, rebuild the argument presented by the opposition, and further strengthen our position. Today, I will show you why the opposition concerns are overstated, and why allowing SMK students to take elective subjects outside their major is not only beneficial, but necessary in modern education. In reality, many industries overlap. Problem is, in the real world are not confined to one discipline. For example, engineering meets business in entrepreneurship, culinary meets technology in food innovation, and design meets IT in digital product of development. By allowing students to explore different subjects, we prepare them to handle complex real-world challenges. This is not weakening the education or reduce it. It is making it more relevant. Not all students will work in the exact field they studied. Career path today is unpredictable and constantly evolving. Students who have broader exposure can have more career options, can switch field more easily, and are more resilient to economic change. The opposition model limits to sudden is one narrow path, which can be risky in uncertain future. The opposition claims that students may become distracted. We argue the opposite. When students are given choice, they feel a sense of ownership over their education. This increases motivation, responsibility, and engagement. Students who are interested in their subject are more likely to succeed, even in their main field. Limiting choice may create a discipline, but it can also reduce passion and curiosity. Schools can implement this gradually. The opposition raised concern about limited resources. While this is valid, this is not a reason to reject the policy. Offer limited elective portion, use existing teacher and facilities, and integrate flexible scheduling. Innovation in education does not always require massive resources. It requires better planning. The opposition worries that students may make poor decisions. We agree that guidance is important. However, our model does not promote uncontrolled freedom. It promotes guided change. Teachers and counselors can advise students. Schools can set limits on elective selection, and students can be encouraged to choose relevant combination. This is a balance with responsibility. At this stage, we must compare both sides. The opposition said focus on fear of distraction and inefficiency, and assumes students cannot handle choice, and also promotes a narrow and rigid education model. And our government states maintain strong specialization while adding flexibility and prepare students for a real-world industry, and also encourage creativity, motivation, and adaptability. We provide a more balanced and future orientation approach. In conclusion, allowing SMK students to choose elective subjects outside their major does not weaken education. It strengthens it. It enhances creativity, increase adaptability, support motivation, and prepare students for a dynamic world. Education should not limit students to one path, but empower them to explore and grow. For this reason, we strongly support this motion. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the second speaker from government team. You spent 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
The second speaker of government team spent 4 minutes 50 seconds. Next, the second speaker of opposition team. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the time time has been given. Ladies and gentlemen, as the second speaker of the opposition art teams, I would like to begin the rebutting the arguments present by the government team. Honorable adjudicators, respect member of the government and dear audience, as the deputy leader of the opposition, my role is to debate the government arguments and strengthen our position. Today, I will demonstrate the government proposal is impractical, inefficient, and ultimately harmful to the core purpose of vocational education. The government tries to present this policy as flexible and modern. However, flexibility without structure leads to confusion, not improvement. The government claims that elective subject outside the major will complement students' main studies. The sound appealing, but in practice, it's unrealistic. Not all subjects naturally connect. For example, an engineering student taking cleaner classes may gain general experience, but that does not significantly change their engineering competence. The government relies on ideal scenarios where subject may be called integrate. In reality, most combination will be unrelated and provide minimal academic benefit. Instead of strengthen specialization, this policy risks Remington students' focus. The government argues that interdisciplinary learning realistic real-world conditions. While some industry overlap, this does not mean all students need cross-major exposure. Vocational education is designed for deep, not general exploration. Real-world industries still industry overlap. This does not mean the government argues that interdisciplinary learning reflects real-world conditions, while some industry overlap. This does not mean all students need cross-major exposure. Vocational education is designed for deep, not general expression. Real-world industries still require strong, specific skills. An employer hiring technical aspects, technical mastery, not practical knowledge of. Sorry, I still explaining. The government curfews is interdisciplinary collaboration which happens at professional levels. With interdisciplinary education at the student level which might delay learning. This is limited. Every hour spent on unrelated subject is an hour lost from mastering core skills. The government claims that this policy increases motivation and adaptability. However, motivation shall come from exifying mastery, not from avoiding focus. Adaptability is important, but it shall be built on a strong foundation of skills. Without that foundation, adaptability becomes superficial. They also claim that this policy prepares studying for the future. We argue that the future still requires competence and expertise, not scattered knowledge. In conclusion, allowing SMK students to choose elective subject outside their major creative distraction, reduce skill quality, increase inequality, and complete the education system. Vocational education should remain focused, structured, and aligned with industry needs. For the reason, we firmly reject the motion. It's all can I say. Thank you.
Thank you for the second speaker from opposition team. You spend 4 minutes 33 seconds.
The second speaker of opposition team spent 4 minutes 33 seconds. Next, the third speaker of government team. The floor is yours.
Good morning to the honorable adjudicators, chairperson, everyone that present here, and opposition team, and my dear members of the team. So, as the third speaker of this house, I will not introduce a new argument, but I will rather to crystallize about this debate, and will show you all why our team shall be win. As the government me with my role is as the core of this debate lies on fundamental question, so that education in SMK be not only focused on specialization, also it also develop adaptable, creative, and well-rounded individuals. The government firmly believes that education must do both, and that is exactly what first major perspective achieved. So the first class is specialization versus flexibility. The opposition builds their entire case on the idea that specialization must converge, and that anything outside it witness education. This is a false dichotomy. We never argued against specialization. In fact, our model maintains strong core training while adding limited flexibility through elective. The opposition assumed that adding some new automatically reduces quality. However, we have shown the electives are small, controlled position of the curriculum that complements, not replace, core learning. Thus, the real question is not specialization or flexibility, but how to balance both. And only the government provides that balance. And the second class is depth of relevance. The opposition claims that cross-major subjects are irrelevant, but relevant is not limited to direct technical application. And in the real world, engineers must communicate ideas, technicals must understand the business process, and creators must think creatively across fields. Learning a style wants major but transferable skills such as problem solving, communication, and innovation. They are essential in modern industry and increase the real-world relevance of education. And the third class is risk versus opportunity. The opposition focus heavily on risk distraction, poor decision-making, and resource limitation. While these risks exist, they are not unique to this policy. Every educational reform involves challenge. The key difference is the opposition use risk as a reason to reject change, and the government sees opportunities and purpose guided structured implementation. We do not offer unlimited freedom, we offer guided choice supported by teacher and school system. Thus, the benefits outweigh the risks when properly managed. Fourth class is short-term efficiency versus long-term value. The opposition argued that time spent outside the major reduces efficiency. This is a narrow, short-term view. Yes, students might spend slightly less time on core subjects, but in return, they gain broader perspective, additional skill, and greater adaptability. In long term, these benefits make students more competitive and resilient in the workforce. Education is not only about immediate output, it is about long-term value. And the fourth class is equality and access. The opposition claims these policies increase inequality due to research difference. However, this argument ignores scalability. Schools can implement these policies according to their capacity. Start with limited elective option. No, thank you. Use existing research and expand gradually. Moreover, denying all students an opportunity simply because some schools more face challenge is not a fair solution. Instead, we should improve access, not restrict it. Sixth class, study agency versus over control. At its core, this debate is also about trust in students. The opposition assumes that students cannot make good decisions, will choose poorly, and need strict control. We believe students will, when guided properly, can explore responsibility, discover new strengths, and take ownership of their learning. Education should not only train students, it should empower them. The opposition says that focus on preserving a rigid system, prioritize short-term efficiency, and advantages risk. But the government balance specialization with flexibility, prepare students for real-world complexity, and encourage creativity and innovation. So, allowing SMK students to choose elective subject of their major does not weaken vocational education. It strengthens it. It creates graduates who are not only skilled, but also adaptable, creative, and ready to face a changing world. Education should not confine students to one path, but open a multiple pathways for growth. For this reason, we strongly affirm the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the third speaker from government team. You spent 5 minutes 54 seconds.
The third speaker of government team spent 5 minutes 54 seconds. Now, let's hear from the third speaker of opposition team. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the time that had been given. My pleasant good morning to the respected honorable educators and the member of the council. I stand here firmly today as the third speaker. I'm ready to break down the government case and to prove you to the reality and show you the reality. And I prove our government about this motion. First, let's talk about the government case. The government has given you a speech about synergy and innovation, but as the opposition whip, I must bring us back to the workshop floor. A student doesn't go to the SMK to explore their feelings. They go to get a job, and the government's model is a luxury for the rich that the average SMK student cannot afford. I will prove only death is the only true forms of job security. And to prove the point why the government thinks skills are like Legos, you just add more but can't really prove. But real vocational skill have a minimum threshold. Yeah. Yes, please.
Thank you. Now, my question specifically isn't really about like the third speaker's job, but since you are the one summarizing, you should probably know So basically, we are taught that our whole argument doesn't have any structure or not flexible, or better yet, not realistic. But like, what do you mean actually by that?
By what exactly?
Like you telling us that our whole point, or like what we're talking about, is not realistic, not flexible, and not structured.
No, I'm only saying about synergy and innovation, but for flexibility is just some. But for that reason is that your government only thinks about how you can graduate, how you can only save the graduates days in a low wages. But how will all of you compensated for the jobs the graduates want but can't because they never really reach the mastery threshold required for the high paying job? Can you really explain it?
I'm sorry, what are you asking again?
No, thank you.
I'm sorry, what are you asking again?
I'm asking is that all of your government only ensure that our graduates stays in a low wages, but how will all of you compensated for the jobs the graduates want but can't because they never reach the master threshold required for the high paying jobs?
Oh, okay. So for that specifically, what you guys are talking about. So I'm just gonna by So most of your points really is about how students will have like distracted, like they're gonna be distracted, or maybe like they're gonna be very confused on what choices they're gonna make. But in reality, in many schools specifically, they are limiting on what elective subjects that they can choose. Like what type of subjects that they can choose. Like there's a limit on how many. So you can really choose a lot. Otherwise, of course, as what you guys said, they're gonna have a lack of focus and very distracted. Thank you.
Atau saya punya aja nih. But just as like you said, you don't need creativity as much as you need flawless execution. When you take away 200 hours of workshop time for an elective, you move the student from expert back to novice. And for the why proven the point is that employers in the real world do not want a creative plumber who knows a little about graphic design. They want a plumber who can fix a leak in 5 minutes without a mistake.
But it does make the industry, like it does make the people working very reliable.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So the POI is only for twice. So you did more than twice, okay.
Yeah. We just replying to the questions. Thank you.
I continue my arguments. Like proving the right, the government thinks skills are like Legos. You just add more, but can't really improve. Real vocational skills have a minimum threshold of safety and competence, and just like how to be a certified engineer, electricity, and a nurse. You just doesn't need a creativity as much as you need flawless execution. When you take away 200 hours of workshop time for the next elective, you move the student from expert back to novice. So like what I said, why it proved the point is that employers in the real world do not want a creative plumber who knows a little about graphic design. They want a plumber who can fix a leak in 5 minutes without a mistake. By chasing breadth, the government ensure our graduates stay in low wages and like entry-level position. Because of that, they never reach the mastery threshold required for high-paying specialist jobs. roles. And let's look at how this actually plays out in the 14,000 plus SMKs across this country. The mechanism is that a choice-based system requires more teachers, more rooms, and more equipment. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the third speaker from opposition team. You spend 7 minutes, 7 seconds.
The third speaker of opposition team spends 7 minutes, 7 seconds. We have now reached the reply speeches. For reply speech, I will call the opposition team to stand in the middle of podium. The time is yours.
Thank you, honorable adjudicators, respect member of the government, and dear audience. As the opposition whip delivering the reply speech, my role is to step back, evaluate this debate as a whole, and show why the opposition has provided the more realistic, practical, and convincing case. Today, I will demonstrate that while the government offers an appealing idea, it ultimately fails to protect the core purpose of vocational education. At the heart of this debate, it's a simple question. At the heart of this debate is a simple but critical question: should SMK prioritize strong job-ready expertise of risks weakening is for the sake of flexibility? The opposition firmly believes that specialization must come first. The government frames their model as controlled flexibility. However, through the debate, they fail to clearly prove how this control will consistently work in real conditions. They really an assumption the school can manage complex scheduling, that teacher can guide every student effectively. That systems are equally strong everywhere. But this assumption is ignore reality. The opposition show that without strength and unique infrastructure, this policy become uncontrolled expansion, not structural flexibility. The government tries to redefine SMK as a place for broad development. We reject this shift. SMK exists for a clear reason: to produce graduates who are ready to work with specific technical skills. By introducing unrelated elective, the government moved SMK away from its purpose and toward general education. Students who need exploration ready have other educational paths. SMK should remain focused on debate and competence. In conclusion, allowing the SMK to choose elective subject outside their major might sound progressive, but in reality, it weakens specialization, reduces efficiency, and breeds inequality. Vocational education must remain focused, structured, and aligned with industry needs. For the reason, we firmly reject the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the reply speech from opposition team. You spend time 2 minutes 55 seconds. 2 minutes 55 seconds.
Reply speech from opposition team span 2 minutes 55 seconds. Now the government team. The time is yours.
as the first speaker, I'm gonna be delivering the reply speech. So my job is to summarize this whole debate and why the government wins on this debate. Now, about what they are saying specifically, about how we are not structured and not flexible, we show the students a path, a guide, not really a structure that forces them to follow a specific specialization. In summary, the opposition worries about the students who make poor decisions, or maybe they will make poor decisions, but our model promotes a very controlled freedom, a guided choice, not an uncontrolled freedom of choice. So, as an example that the third speaker gave, like the plumber like the industry not needing a plumber that's creative, but a plumber who can do their job. Now, I wanna argue with that statement because my job as the first speaker, I already talked about that specific thing. Because that will make the industry and everyone, it will make everything very reliable for everyone to work on, like very reliable. And it's gonna make everyone very easier, everyone's jobs easier. And also, schools can set limits to their selective subjects, so they can't really choose a lot of subjects. Otherwise, they have a lack of focus. And in conclusion, allowing doesn't really mean allowing the freedom of students to choose their own subjects doesn't weaken education. It just needed some control, and yeah, that's all I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the reflect speech from government team. You spent 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
2 minutes and 9 seconds.
The reply speech from government team span 2 minutes 9 seconds. Well, that concludes today's debate session. Give applause to both teams for their excellent performance. Please shake hands the others.
Mohon diperhatikan untuk Bapak Ibu pendamping debat SMA dan SMK. Jadi mari kita laksanakan sesuai dengan juknis dan technical meeting yang sudah diadakan. Jadi inilah pentingnya ketika anak-anak kita melaksanakan suatu kegiatan. Kita sebagai guru pendamping mendampingi dari awal hingga akhir. Supaya tidak terjadi hal-hal ketika case building, guru pendamping masih mendekat dan sebagainya tidak terjadi lagi. Terima kasih.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are going to continue the final debate to get the third and the fourth winner. So we call from the government team, SMA Negeri 1 Tanah Miring. you may take the place. And then from the opposition team, we have SMA YPPK Yohanes 23 Merauke.
Tes.
Check. Okay, so to limit the time, we're going to start. Are you ready? Okay. Good morning, honorable judges, respected teachers, and our brilliant debaters from across Merauke. Welcome to the final round of the 2026 Merauke Regency High School Debate Competition. I'm Juwita Ginting, and I will be the chairperson for today's session. It is an honor to facilitate this intellectual exchange between two of our Regency's final schools. So from the affirmative team, we have SMA Negeri 1 Tanah Miring, and then for the negative team, we have SMA YPPK Yohanes 23 Merauke. Okay, so before we start, please take note of the following rules. Each speaker has 7 minutes for substantive speeches. At 1 minute, you will have twice bells ring. Can you hear that? Okay. And then at 6 minutes, you will have twice rings bell. And then at 7 minutes, you will have 4 bells ring. And then at 7 minutes, 20 seconds, you have so much bells rings. Okay? Yes. Can you hear the bells? Bisa didengar belnya? Alright. So, please make sure that you are not bringing the handphone or any communication device. Okay, so the motion for this final session is this house would ban homework. So now I'm gonna call the first speaker of the government team to define the motion and open the case. Time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce our team. My name is Cinta Aprilia Fandi, and my second speaker is Dini Alifianti, and my third speaker is Alberto. The Honorable Adjudicator, Moderator, and our beloved partner team. Ladies and gentlemen, today we as the affirmative team strongly believe that this house will ban homework. We are going to present several arguments to support our stance, showing why this motion is beneficial and necessary. Let us begin with our first point. And I will be start 3, 2, 1. From our perspective, mental health and burnout. Students spend 6 to 8 hours in school, adding 2 to 3 hours of homework leads to stress, sleep deprivation, and burnout at young age. So, from this argument, we have evidence and facts. Studies show that excessive homework is linked to high cortisol level and psychical health issues like that, head exhaustion, and death. The achievement gap inequality. Not all students have a quick home or parents who can help. Homework favors healthy families, widening the gap between rich and poor students. And evidence, students from low-income background often have jobs or family responsibility, leaving no time for extra study. Mental health and work-life balance. Homework creates unnecessary stress and deprives children of their childhood. Homework often reinforces socio-economic inequality. Students from affluent background might have a quiet study space, high-speed internet, and educated parents who can provide tutoring. Conversely, students from lower income households might deal with noisy environment, lack of resources, or parents working multiple jobs. Homework transforms a level playing field, the classroom, into an unfair competition based on home life. The burnout phenomenon is affecting students at young age. After a 6 to 7 hour school day, many students face triple more hours of labor, leading to the first, sleep deprivation, essential for cognitive development and memory. The second, sedentary lifestyle, replacing cycle, play, or sports with more desk time. And the last one, family stress. Argument of homework often show the relationship between parents and children. Educational research, notably by Alfie Kohn, suggests that for primary school students, there is zero correlation between homework and academic achievement. While some correlation exists in high school, it often pressures 90 to 120 minutes. Efficiency if a concept isn't mastered during the school day. Repeating errors and home only reinforces and bad practice. Reinforcement and the reciprocal learning is a rarely one and done event. The spacing effect suggests that revisiting material after a delay helps more information form short-term or long-term memory. Independent practice. Homework allows students to struggle with a problem independently without the safety net after a teacher with both genuine master. School isn't just about facts, it's about preparing for adult life. Homework teaches vital for skills, prioritize skills, and meeting deadlines, developing self-discipline and work balance. University readiness higher education requires significant independent study. Banning homework in K-12 may leave students unprepared for the results of college. Homework serves a window for parents to see what how children are learning. Without it, many parents lost touch with the curriculum and their child academic progress until records and arrive. That all from news. I hand back to the moderator. Thank you.
First speaker of government team spend 4 minutes 45 seconds.
Okay, so thank you for the first speaker of the government team. I now call upon the first speaker of the opposition team to present their team stance and initial rebuttals. The floor is yours.
I'll start my debate in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, honorable educators. The proposition has painted a picture of a liberation, but in reality, they are proposing a policy of intellectual discernment. They tell you that the home is a sanctuary that must be protected from the school. We tell you that learning is not a faucet you turn off at 3 p.m. It is a lifelong habit. By banning homework, they aren't freeing the students. They are robbing them of the opportunity to develop the cognitive grit and independent work ethic required to survive in the real world. They are creating a glass ceiling for every student who doesn't have the luxury of private tutor to fill the gap that 40-minute classroom window simply cannot cover. We believe in regulation, not abolition. If homework is too heavy, reduce it. But to ban it entirely is a radical overreaction that compromises the quality of a nation's intellect. Our game line is simple: empowering students through independent mastery and protecting the global competitiveness of the generation of the next generation. Before I continue to my first argument, let me introduce my name. My name is Gracio. As the first speaker, will address the pedagogical of necessity of retrieval practice and the development of personal accountability. Ode will be the second speaker, will address global competitiveness and why this ban actually increases inequality by favoring those who can afford high and private education. And my third speaker will be addressing, will dismantle the post-burnout narrative that defend the role of the family in academic mentorship. move to my first argument. My first argument is grounded in cognitive science, learning the rigorous distributed practice which cannot happen in a single school block. First, the forgetting curve. Science shows that we forget 70% of what we learn within 24 hours unless we engage in retrieval practice. Homework acts as the bridge that moves information from short-term to long-term memory. Second, the classroom limitation. A teacher with 30 students has no time for individualized practice. Homework is the only time a student is forced to grapple with the concept independently. If you ban homework, you turn students into passive observers who understands a concept while the teacher is doing it, but lose the ability to execute it the moment they walk out the door. You are trading mastery for mal exposure. My second argument. Secondly, homework is the primary tool for teaching executive function, the ability to manage time, set priorities, and complete tasks without a supervisor. First, the reality of life. Life does not end at 3 p.m. University entrepreneurship and professional careers require individuals to manage their own energy and deadlines. Second, protective shield. By banning homework, the proposition is infantilizing students. They are removing the training wheels of life. When these students reach the age of 18 and face their first real-world deadline, they will collapse because the proposition never allowed them to build the muscle of self-discipline. Homework is not a labor exploitation, it is character architecture. My third argument, inequality paradox. Finally, I will prove that banning homework actually hurts the poor more than it helps them. First, the hidden curriculum. If you ban homework, wealthy parents will simply hire private tutors or enroll their children in after-school enrichment centers. They will ensure that children keep learning. Second, the resource gap. The poor student whose only access to structured learning was the assignments provided by the school is now trapped. Their learning stops at 3 p.m. while the rich students' learning continues in secret. Third, the result. Banning homework doesn't create an inequality. It creates a black market for education. It makes school the only place where poor kids learn, while rich kids pull further and further ahead using private resources. You are making the achievement gap permanent. Honorable educators, the proposition wants a world where children are freed from the burden of effort. But a world without efforts is a world without excellence. We believe in the students' potential to do hard things. We believe that the home should be a place where the family participates in the growth of the mind. Don't let the proposition burn the bridge between school and home. Protect the future. I'm proud to oppose. Thank you.
First speaker of opposite team spend 4 minutes 42 seconds.
Okay, thank you for the first speaker of the opposition team. Well, to continue the government's arguments, I call the second speaker of the government team. The floor is yours.
Okay, the honorable judges, honorable educator, opponent, and my beloved team, I am the second speaker of the team argument team. And my name is Dini Alifianti. Today, I will continue my team argument by providing further analysis, straightening our case, and responding to the argument delivered by the first speaker, and I will be start 3, 2, 1. Homework is generally defined as tasks assigned to students by their teacher that are intended to be completed outside of regular school hours. So, from this definition, we are urged that support this motion because students spend 6 to 8 hours in school, adding 2-3 hours of homework leads to stress, sleep deprivation, and burnout at a young age. Some evidence and fact. Studies show that excessive homework is linked to high cortisol levels and physical health issues like hand access and exhaustion. Not all students have a quiet home or parents who can help. Homework favors wealthy families, widening the gap between rich and poor students. The evidence is students from low-income background often have jobs or family responsibility, leaving no time for extra study. Homework creates unnecessary stress and deprivation children of their childhood. Homework often reinforces social economic inequality. Students from affluent background might have quick study space, high-speed internet, and educated parents who can provide tutoring. Conversely, students from lower income households might deal with noisy environment, lack of resources, or parents working multiple jobs. Homework transforms a level playing field, the classroom, into an unfair competition based on home life, the burnout. Phenomenon is affecting students a younger age. After a 6 to 7 hour school day, many students face several more hours of labor, leading to first, sleep deprivation, essential for cognitive development and memory. Second, sedentary lifestyle, replacing physical play or sport with modern time. And the last one is family stress. Argument after homework often show the relationship between parents and children. Educational research, notability by Elvie Kohn, suggests for primary school students, there is zero correlation between homework and academic assessment, while some correlation exists in high school. It often pleasure after 19 to 100 to 1,000 minutes. Homework creates unnecessary stress and deprivation children of their childhood. The evidence and fact is, studies from the Economic Policy Institute show that excessive homework leads to sleep deprivation and physical health problems. Students spend 6 or 7 hours at school, adding 2 to 3 hours of homework leaves no time for hobby or family. That's all from us. I hand back to the moderator. Thank you.
Second speaker from government team spend 4 minutes 3 seconds.
Okay, so thank you for the second speaker of the government team. Well, to advance the case for the opposition, I call the second speaker of the opposition team. The floor is yours.
I will begin my debate in count 3, 2, 1. Good morning, honorable adjudicators, the House, and my fellow citizens of South Papua. The opening government has painted a picture of homeworks is a monster that steals childhood and causes unnecessary stress, but they are missing the forest of the trees. To ban homework is to remove the very ladder that allows students, especially those in developing regions like our new province of South Papua, to climb toward their dreams hardly. Before I move to my substantive arguments, let me address the flaws in the government's logics. First, the government claimed homework favors the rich. In reality, a ban on homework will be the ultimate gift to the wealthy. If school ends at 1 p.m. and no study is allowed, wealthy families in Merauke will simply hire private tutors or use expensive online platforms. The poor student relies on the teacher's guidance. Homework is left with nothing. Banning homework does not create equality. It creates a knowledge vacuum that only the rich can fill. Second, they say students are tired. We agree that excessive homework is bad, but a total ban is an extreme and dangerous overreaction. Stress is managed through discipline, not by removing responsibility. Okay, now moving to my first argument about the concerns, the forgetting curve, and the specific academic needs of South Papua. The science of learning is clear. Memory is a muscle. Research shows that within 24 hours of lesson, a student forgets up up to 60% of what they heard if it is not reinforced. In our context here, in Merauke, where classrooms are often crowded and instructional time can be disrupted by logistical issues or seasonal changes, homework acts as a stabilizing anchor of the curriculum. According to BPS data for Papua and the newly formed South Papua, we still face a significant literacy and numeracy gap compared to national standards. In rural areas surrounding Merauke, from the plains of Kurik to the remote reaches of Asmat, daily school are simply not enough to achieve mastery. So that if we ban homework, we are effectively telling students in a village that they should only think about math or reading 5 hours a day. In a region where we are fighting for Papua Cerdas or Smart Papua, we cannot afford to stop learning. When the bell rings, homework provides the extra 40 minutes of daily reading that is statistically proven to move a student from remedial to provision. To ban it is to intentionally slow down our regional process. Okay, moving to my second argument, my second point focuses on the development of independent characters, essential for the future of South Papua. We are a new province. We are in a period of development acceleration. To lead South Papua tomorrow, our students today must possess great time management and autonomy, so that in downtown Merauke, some have high-speed internet, but for many in Mapi or Babendigo, independent exploration without a structured homework assignment often leads to a total loss of academic focus. Homework provides a structured reason for students to visit a pojok bata or a reading corner or engage with their community to solve a problem. So that, let's be honest about the stakes. Our students in Merauke are competing for seats in top universities through the SNBT exams against students in Jakarta and Surabaya who are studying 10 to 11 hours a day. If a student in Java does 2 hours of study and a student in Merauke does 0 because of this ban, the Merauke student loses roughly 500 hours of learning per year. Over 3 years of high school, there is 1,500 disadvantage. By supporting this motion, the government is effectively handicapping Papuan youth. We are not saving them from stress. We are ensuring they cannot compete on the national stage. We must empower our students to be lifelong learners, not a part-timer students. So finally, let's talk about the 3 pusat pendidikan, the 3 pillars of education: school, society, and home. In our local culture, family is the heart of everything. Homework is often the only window a parent has into what their child is doing in school. The government say parents can help. We say it doesn't matter. Even if a parent in a remote village hasn't mastered chemistry, the act of sitting no thank you with their child while doing homework creates a culture where education is respected. It bridges the gap between the modern school and the traditional home. Banning homework severs this connection. It makes education something that happens over here in the building rather than a fellow that is lived at home. So that the government's proposal is a short-term solution to a perceived problem of stress, but it creates a long-term catastrophe of ignorance. In South Papua, we don't need less work, we need better work. We don't need to close books, we need to open doors. We want a generation of youth in Merauke who are not afraid of the challenges, who know how to manage their time, and who can stand and say, I'm just as prepared as any students in the world. Homework is the bridge between the lesson and life. For the future of our students, for the success of our new province, and for the sake of academic excellence, this motion must fall. Thank you.
Second speaker of opposite team, spend 5 minutes, 19 seconds.
Okay, thank you for the second speakers of the opposition team. Before we move to the third speaker, now we call SMK Negeri 5 Merauke and SMK Negeri 3 Merauke to the right side of the tent to take the motion and the position and building the case. Sekali lagi panggilan untuk SMK Negeri 3 dan SMK Negeri 5 Merauke untuk ke sebelah kanan tenda untuk mengambil mosi dan juga posisi serta building the case. SMK 3, peserta dari SMK Negeri 3 Merauke. Okay, so now we go back to the debate. Well, we now move to the final substantive speeches. I call the third speaker of the government team to summarize the clash and defend their position. The floor is yours.
I am the third speaker of government of the government team, and I will start 3, 2, 1. Definition: homework is generally defined and text assigned to students by their teacher that are intended to be complete outside of regular school hours. So from this definition, we are argued to support this motivation because argument and evidence. Mental health and burnout. Students spend 6-8 hours in school, eating 2-3 hours of homework lead to stress, sleep deprivation, and burnout at a young age. Evidence. Students show the excessive homework linked to higher cortical level and physical health issues like exercise and excision. The exponent gap included. Not all students have quiet home or parents who can help homework perfect healthy family wedding and gap between rich and poor students. Evidence: students low income background often have job or family responsibility leading on no time for exam study. So, from those arguments, consolation is by banning homework, we protest the chill heart of our students and ensure the educational remain as quality as all learning happen under the guidance of teacher in the classroom. Thank you.
Third speaker from government team spend 1 minute 51 seconds.
Okay, thank you for the third speaker of the government team. Finally, I call upon the third speaker of the opposition team to deliver the final speeches for the opposition team. Time is yours.
I will start my debate at 3, 2, 1. Honorable adjudicators, respected opponents, and the members of the House, the government team has painted a very emotional picture today. They've spoken of burnout robots and educational empathy. But let us look the past sentiment and look at the reality of growth. Growth does not happen only within the four walls of a classroom under constant supervision of a teacher. The true growth happens when a student is challenged to apply what they've learned independently. As the final speaker for the opposition, I will first expose the flaws in the government's Finland myth and their equality argument. Second, review the idea that banning homework improves classroom quality. Third, provide a final weighing to show you that homework actually handicaps students for their future university and professional lives. The government cited Finland, but they forgot to mention that Finland's success is built on highly specific social structure and extreme teacher selectivity that most of the world does not have. For the rest of the world, homework serves as essential reinforcement. Brain science tells us about the forgetting curve. We lose up to 80% of what we learn within 24 hours if we don't revisit it. Homework is the only mechanism that forces the brain to retrieve that information outside the classroom. By banning it, the government is essentially asking students to learn on a leaky bucket system. The government says homework is unfair to the poor. But consider the alternative. If you ban homework, wealthy parents will simply hire private tutors or buy extra workbooks for their children anyway. The gap doesn't disappear, it just becomes invisible. At least with school assigned homework, the teacher can provide a structure-free resource for everyone. Banning homework doesn't create equality, it just ensures that the only students getting the extra practice are the ones who can afford to pay for it.
Instruction, please.
No, thank you. They call it forced labor. We call it time management. In the real world, you don't get to stop thinking just because a bell rings at 3 p.m. Whether you're a doctor, a lawyer, or an entrepreneur, you have to manage tasks independently. If we protect children from work until they are 18, we are setting them up for a massive painful shock when they enter university. We aren't saving their mental health, we are delaying their struggle and make it worse later in life. Education is a partnership between school and home. Homework is often the only window parents have to into what their children are learning. It allows parents to identify where their child is struggling and where they excel. If you ban homework, you effectively lock parents out of the academic process. You turn school into a black box where parents just drop off their kids and hope for the best. We believe in an integrated community of learning, not an isolated one.
Instruction, please.
No, thank you. Classroom learning is passive. The teacher leads, the student follows. Homework is active. The student leads themselves. Banning homework robs students of the opportunity to develop metacognition or thinking about how they think. When a student sits alone with a math problem, they learn how to solve problems. They learn when they need to ask for help, and they learn resilience. These are not industrial traits. These are human survival traits. No one becomes a master of a language, an instrument, or a science through 45 minutes of classroom time a day. It requires deliberate practice. The government argues that classroom time will become more efficient, but there's only so much a teacher can do it in a room of 30 students. Homework allows the drill and kill or repetitive practice to happen at home so that precious classroom time can be used for discussion and higher level concepts. Let us wait the two worlds. The government worlds, a world of safe bubbles. Students are protected from extra work, but they are also deprived of the chance to struggle and succeed on their own. It is a world that produces people who can follow instructions in the room, but who are lost the moment they are left alone with a task. The opposition's world, a world empowered independence, we acknowledge that homework can be stressful, but we believe that manageable stress is how you build a strong mind. We value the long-term benefit of discipline over the short-term comfort of a free afternoon. Why the opposition wins? First, sustainability. Our model prepares students for the rigors of higher education and the global workforce. There's prepare students for a world that doesn't exist. Second, reinforcement. We respect the biological reality of how humans learn or repetition and retrieval. Third, real equality. We believe in keeping the academic competition in the light where the teachers can help rather than driving it underground into the hands of expensive private tutors. Honorable educators, the government team wants to save childhood by removing
But you don't save a child by making their path easier. You save them by making them stronger. Homework is not the enemy of a happy childhood. It is the training ground for a successful adulthood. It is where a student learns that they have the power to solve a problem without a teacher standing over their shoulders. Let's not trade our students' future competence for a few hours of present-day
Enough,
ease.
enough.
We firmly oppose the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Third speaker of opposite team spend 7 minutes.
Okay, so thank you for the third speaker of the opposition team. Well, we have now concluded the substantive portion of the debate. We will now move to the reply speeches to wrap up the arguments. Please note that the order now reverses. Okay, so to deliver the reply speech, I call upon the reply speaker from the opposition team to provide their closing perspective. The floor is yours.
Check. I'll start my debate in 3, 2, 1. Honorable educators, the proposition has offered you a beautiful life. They have offered a world where excellence requires no extra efforts and where mastery can be achieved without independent practice. But the opposition has stood for the uncomfortable truth. The learning is a marathon, not a sprint, and that greatness is built in the house when no one is watching. They offered a vacation from responsibility. We offered a vocation toward excellence. Before I continue to my first class, let's think about their argument. They say we should ban homework, but let's think about their statement. What if we ban the homework? What can improve children more? If independence practice is not allowed in home. Let me continue to first class. The architecture of mind. The proposition argued that the school day is enough. We brought you the science of the brain to prove them wrong. We explained the forgetting curve and the necessity of distributed practice. We proved that the human brain requires the bridge of homework to move information from temporary understanding to permanent mastery. The proposition claimed that independent practice is dangerous because of errors. We respond that struggle is the greatest teacher. We prove that the executive function, the ability to manage time and prioritize tasks, cannot be taught in a 40-minute classroom window. It is only built when a student is forced to sit down alone and grapple with the problem until it's solved. We won this class because we defend the resilience of the mind, while the proposition defend the fragility of comfort. Second class, the hidden achievement gap. The proposition spoke of equality, but we exposed the paradox of privilege. We showed you that a ban on homework doesn't stop the wealthy from learning. It only stops the poor from catching up. By banning school mandate work, the proposition has created a black market for education. The elite will continue to study in secret with private tutors, while the underprivileged students who rely on the school for their only path to success is taught to stop learning at 3 p.m. We prove that banning homework is the ultimate act of elitism, as it makes extra effort a luxury that only the rich can afford. We won this class by showing that our model is the only one that gives the poor student a ladder to outwork their circumstances. The honorable educators are left with a fundamental choice. First, in the proposition rules, we are putting a nation of passive consumers, a generation that clocks out the moment things get difficult, and a nation that will be left behind by a global economy that doesn't care about their right to leisure. Second, in the opposition's world, we are building active achievers. We are training students who understand the work ethic is the great equalizer, and that mastery is learned through discipline. Do not let them lower the bar for our children. Do not let them turn the home into a vacuum of intellectual stagnation. For the sake of the great, the glory, and the future of our students, we beg to oppose. Thank you.
The reply speech speaker from the opposite team spend 3 minutes 34 seconds.
Okay, finally I call upon the reply speaker from the government team to close the debate. For the government team, time is yours.
Okay, as the first speaker, so from this motion we are conclude that by banning homework, we protect the childhood of our students and ensure that education remains equal and all learning happens under the guidance of a teacher in the classroom. And then opposition team, you can say that because the primary goal of banning homework is to reduce academic stress and preventing burnout and allowing students more time for rest and cycle. For mental health and work-life balance, homework creates unnecessary stress and deprives children of their childhood. Homework often reinforces socio-economic inequality. Students from affluent background may have quick study space, high-speed internet, and education parents who can provide tutoring. Conversely, students from lower-income households might deal with noisy environment, lack of resources, and parents working multiple jobs. Homework transforms a level playing field, the classroom, into an unfair competition based on home life. The burnout phenomenon is affecting students at young age. After a 6 to 7 hour of school day, many students face more hours of labor, leading to sleep deprivation and sedentary lifestyle and family stress. In sleep deprivation, essential for cognitive development and memory. And sedentary lifestyle, replacing cycle, play, or sports with more desk time, argument over homework often soured the relationship because parent and children educational research, notably by African, suggests that for primary school students, there is zero correlation between homework and academic achievement, while some correlation exists in high school if often measured 90 to 120 minutes. In the homeschool connection, homework serves as a window for parents to see what their children are learning without it. Many parents lost touch with the curriculum and their child's academic progress until report cards arrive. And university readiness, higher education requires for significant independent study. Banning homework in K-12 may leave students unprepared for the results of college. And then learning is rarely and one-on-done event. The spacing effect suggests that revisiting material after a day helps more information from short-term or long-term memory. Homework allows students to struggle with a problem independently without the safety net of a teacher with both genuine study mastery. Team management and discipline to school isn't just about facts. It's not a preparing for adult life. Homework teaches vital for skills, prioritizing tasks, meeting deadlines, and developing self-discipline and work ethic. Okay, that's all from news. I hand back to the moderator. Thank you.
Reply speech speaker of government team spend 3 minutes 35 seconds.
Okay, so that officially concludes today's debate. Let's give one more big round of applause to both SMA Negeri 1 Tanah Miring and SMA YPPK Batallones 23 for their hard work. I now invite the debaters to cross the floors and shake hands. Debaters, you may shake hands and you may leave the stage. Thank you, everyone.
Saya asisten. I don't know. Apa ya? Sini sudah. Ibu tadi kiper kan? Mari kemas. Oh, tidak.
Oh, mem. Mem Dewi. Saya ambil dulu.
Iya. Saya asisten. Apanya?
Satu menit dan 6 menit.
Ini dia. Satu menit 2 kali. Nanti dijelaskan sampai itu baru saya bantu ini, Pak. Itu jelaskan tidak, Pak? Kalau nggak jelas itunya pakai ini aja. Pak. Biar saya bantu ibu ini, Pak. Oke. Kayaknya kalau ini lebih iya kan? Lebih terang kan? Karena dia layarnya hitam kan?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, makin panas ya. Ya, debatnya juga akan makin panas kali ini di sesi final. Baik, I'm sorry for the adjudicators. Are you ready for the next session? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final English debate competition for vocational high school. I'm Asya Dewi Hairina as your chairperson today, and I'm joined by our timekeeper, Miss Sahriah and Ma'am Git, and note taker, Mr. Christo. Now I would like to invite the debaters for the final session. The government team is from SMK Negeri 5 Merauke. Well, and the opposition team is from SMK Negeri 3 Merauke. Well, the supporter, I appreciate your your spirit and fire today. Okay. Ya, tapi saya mohon untuk lebih tertib ya, supaya tidak mengganggu jalannya debat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the debate is now officially open. Before we begin the debate, I will tell you about the rules today. Maybe it's a little different between yesterday competition because for the timekeeper, we will use the bell, not the flag. So the bell will ring in the first minute, the 6 minute and 7 minutes. I ensure that you don't break any electronic device. Okay. Well, we start now. To open the debate and provide the definition, I call upon the first speaker from the government team to deliver the speech. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to me. And good morning, honorable educators, teamkeeper, notary, respected opposition team, and everyone present here. We from SMK Negeri Merauke as the government team. Allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Selatan Hasana as the first speaker, and next to me Putri Diana Soleha as the second speaker, and our third speaker is SK Melani. Today we stand proudly at the government team to support the motion. This house believes that free nutrition from MBG program increases the quality of education. Education is one of the most important foundation for building a successful society. However, education cannot function effectively if students are not physically and mentally prepared to learn. Many students are around the world attend school without proper nutrition. When children are hungry or malnourished, they struggle to become tired easily, and they cannot fully or participate in classroom activity. Because of this situation, providing the free nutrition food to students through school program becomes a very important policy to support educational success. Ladies and gentlemen, the motion discusses the free nutrition food program, commonly now as the MBG program. This program is desired to provide balanced meal to students during school hours. In many countries, including developing countries, many children go to school without breakfast or adequate nutrition. Some students even depend entry on school meals as their main daily nutrition. This lack of proper nutrition creates serious challenge for the education system. Students who are hungry cannot focus, cannot thinking clearly, and cannot absorb the knowledge being taught by teachers. Therefore, providing free nutrition meals becomes an important solution to improve the learning process. Ladies and gentlemen, to clarify the debate, we define the following streams. Free nutrition food MBG refers to government-funded programs that provide balanced and healthy meals to students at school without any cost. Quality of education refers to improvements in learning outcomes such as better concentration, academic performance, improved attendance, and a more effective learning environment. Ladies and gentlemen, our team firmly believes that the MBG program is significantly and increase the quality of education because students are healthier, more focused, and more capable of learning effectively. Our argument will be Our argument will be different as follows. As the first speaker, I will explain how proper nutrition improves student concentration and learning ability. The second speaker will explain how this program improves school attendance and academic performance while providing supportive evidence. The third speaker will rebut the argument from the opposition team and provide the deeper analysis showing why the MBG program strengthens the overall education system. Ladies and gentlemen, the first argument, nutrition improves student concentration and brain function. The first reason why the MBG program improves education quality is that nutrition plays a critical role in brain development and concentration. The human brain requires nutrients such as iron, protein, vitamin, and carbohydrate to function properly. Without this nutrition, students might experience fatigue, disease, and difficulty concentrating. When students receive nutrition meal at school, they gain the energy needed to stay focused during lesson. They become more active in classroom discussion, more capable of solving problems, and more engaged in learning activities. As a result, the understanding of the subject improves, which richly contributes to better academic performance. The second argument, nutrition supports student physical and mental health. The second argument is that proper nutrition supports student physical and mental health. Students who suffer from malnutrition often experience frequent illness, low energy levels, and slower cognitive development. These conditions negatively affect their ability to learn and participate in school activities. By providing balanced meals that include carbohydrates, protein, vegetables, and vitamin, school helps students maintain good health and energy levels. Healthy students are more motivated to learn, more active in class, and more confident in participating in educational activities. Therefore, the MBG program creates a healthier and more productive learning environment. Thank you.
I'm sorry. The government team spent time for 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
Well, the first speaker from the government team spent 5 minutes and 52 seconds. Thank you for the first speaker from the government team. Now, to respond to the government's case, I invite the first speaker from the opposition team. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm standing here in oppose of the motion. The free nutrition for food MBG program increase the quality of education. But before that, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning to educators, our timekeeper, and our opponents, and not to forget every member of this beautiful house. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposition does not oppose nutrition. We do not oppose feeding hungry students. We believe every student deserves to be nourished. Ladies and gentlemen, what we oppose in the specific claim is motion makes the MBG program is increase the question of education. That is a casual claim about education outcomes. And casual claims require causal evidence, not just evidence that nutrition matters, which everyone agrees on, but just evidence that nutrition matters, which every agree on, but evidence
evidence that is specific program in Indonesia, specific context produce measurable improvement in education quality that just its scale and coach. Ladies and gentlemen, that evidence is significantly weaker than the government will admit. Adjudicators honorables, increasing education quality requires addressing the structural factor that limit learning, teaching quality, curriculum relevance, influence attendance policy. The MBG program address one pre-health input without engaging the counter drive on education outcomes in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you our argument. The first, the countries that government will cheat, Brazil, India, the WFP, trial countries all implement school feeding, eligible broader education reforms, more trained teacher, improving curriculums, better school infrastructure, reduce class size. Ladies and gentlemen, isolation school feeding as the casual factor that's in those improvement program is not straightforward. Regardless of WFP is internal research claims. Independent academic review of school feeding program evaluation, including a 2021 current systematic review, the most rigorous form of evidence significance available, found that the equality of evidence for cognitive performance improvements from school feeding is low to moderate, with significantly methodology elimination in most individual students. Ladies and gentlemen, low to moderate quality evidence is not to funding declaring a nation program impacts as proven. My second argument, Indonesia PISA score have stagnated to decides the factors cited by every independent education analysis. The World Bank, ADB, OECD are consistent. Teacher quality, curriculum relevance, school governance, learning time utilization. Ladies and gentlemen, the Economist Intelligence Unit 2022 Indonesia Education Assessment found that even in well-nourished middle-class school environment where hunger is not a factor, Indonesian students still underperform regions peer by significant margins. Ladies and gentlemen, if nutrition were the primary constraints on Indonesian education quality will nourish, students would be performing at ordinary regional big marks. They are not. The constraint is structural. Teaching quality and curriculum relevance determine most of Indonesian education quality gap. A meal program, however well-intentioned, does not address either. Ladies and gentlemen, my lastly argument, the MBG program has a project annual budget of 71 trillion. This represents on one of the largest single education expenditures in Indonesian history. 71 trillion direct toward teacher professional development that draw program that have 15 to 25% improvement in student outcomes in developing country consist will produce significant large education quality, improve the same amount spent on male profession. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable adjudicators, the government will say the budgets are spared, but every rupiah spent on the priority is a rupiah of political will, administrative capital on spend on another. In an government will financial implementation capacity shows matter. The opposition is not against fed student. We are arguing that if the goal is increasing education quality, 71 trillion has better uses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for appreciation team. You will spend time for 6 minutes and 26 seconds.
Well, for the first speaker from opposition team, he spent 6 minutes 26 seconds. Thank you for your speech. And now, continuing the case for the government, please welcome the second speaker from the government team. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity given to me. Good morning, honorable adjudicator, respected opponents, timekeeper, notary, and everyone present here. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce ourselves. My name is Putri Diana Solya, the second speaker from SMK Negeri 5 Merauke. So let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm from the opposition. I'm from government team. For the second speaker, now will reject the argument. The opposition may argue providing free meals expensive than that government shall focus more on improving school infrastructure, teacher training. However, this argument ignores a fundamental reality. Education depends not only on facilities but also on students' physical readiness to learn. Even the best classroom and teacher cannot help students who are hungry, weak, or unable to concentrate. Therefore, addressing students' nutritional needs is necessary step by before improving other respect education. My first speaker explained that nutrition improves concentration and health. I would like to reinforce this argument by emphasizing the attentive throughout the school day, participate more eventually in class discussion, and better understand the material presented by teachers. This improved engagement, this learning process leads better to academic outcomes. So let's move to my new argument. The program increases class attendance. One of the major benefits of MBG programs in increasing school attendance. Students from low-income families often skip school because they lack food or need help their families earn income. Free meals provide a strong incentive for students to attend schools regularly because they know they will receive nutrition food there. And now I have two evidence to reject the opposition argument. One, according to World Food Program, research by worldfoodprogram.com in Indonesia, 12 April 2025, written by Jessica Ayer and explained by Ahmad Janwar. School meal program have increased students' attendance by approximately 9% in many developing countries. This shows that providing meals encourages children to stay in school. When attendance increases, students have more opportunities to learn, which improves overall education outcomes. And second argument, the program involves academic achievement. Nutrition is closely linked to academic performance. Students who regularly receive balanced meals tend to show better results in reading, mathematics, and problem-solving skill. Two evidence. Research supported by UNICEF show that school feeding programs help improve cognitive development and learning performance among children, especially low-income communities. Students who receive proper nutrition demonstrate better memory, stronger attention spans, and improved learning abilities. Therefore, the MBG program really contributes to the higher academic achievement. And now, we strongly reject to the opposition argument. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for government team. You spend time for 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay, thank you for the government team. Before we continue the debate, I would like to invite the participant from SMA Negeri 1 Merauke dan SMA Negeri 3 Merauke untuk mengambil mosi dan posisi dan case building. Silakan mempersiapkan dirinya. SMA tadi sudah disebutkan SMA Negeri 1 dan SMA Negeri 3 untuk mengambil posisi di sebelah kiri panggung. Oke, kita lanjutkan. Well, the second speaker from government team spent 3 minutes 50 seconds. Continuing the case for the opposition team, so I would like to invite the second speaker from the opposition team. The floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity, Chairperson. I am Afdal as the Deputy Leader of Opposition. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salve. Our leader of good morning, adjudicator, Chairperson, timekeeper, and note taker. Our leader of opposition made one position absolutely clear. The opposition does not oppose feeding students. We believe every student deserves nutrition. What we oppose is the specific claim that is this program in Indonesia's specific context meaningfully increase the quality of education. This distinction is everything, and my role is to make it impossible to collapse. If nutrition were primary constraint on Indonesian education quality, here what we would expect to see. Students from middle class and upper income Indonesian families, students for whom hunger is not a factor, who eat well, who arrive at the school nourished every day, should be performing or near regional betterment. They are not. The Economist Intelligence Unit 2022 Indonesia Education Assessment found that even in well-nourished middle-class school environment where hunger is simply not a factor, Indonesian students still underperform regional peers by significant margins. This finding is not a footnote, it is a diagnosis. It tells us the constraints on Indonesian education quality operates even when nutrition is adequate. The constraint is structural. Teacher quality, curriculum relevance, school governance, learning time utilization, and the MBG program address none of this. India fed 120 million students through the midday meal scheme. PISA equifile scores show no significant improvement over the same period, not because nutrition is irrelevant, because nutrition was not the binding constraint on Indian education quality. The structural factor where Indonesia and India share the same diagnosis, the same structural constraint, the same PSR stagnation, and the MBG program offer the same answer that India midday meal scheme offered, which produced the same limited result on education quality metrics. The government defined education quality through attendance, concentration, and cognitive test performance. But education quality for vocational high school means something more specific, something that actually matters for their futures. Does the graduates live with competencies that enable immediate employment? Does the curriculum reflect current industry needs? Does the assessment system produce valid credentials that employer trust? Does the teacher have the professional knowledge to develop student thinking, not just manage a classroom of nourished children? On every single one of these dimensions, the dimensions that determine whether vocational high school graduate can perform in their field. The MBG program has zero direct impact. A student who attends more regularly, concentrates slightly better, and score marginally higher on cognitive tests, but is taught by a teacher who has not received professional development in 5 years, using curriculum that has not updated since 2011. In our school whose link and math partnership are inactive, has not received a higher quality education. They have received better condition of the same education, improving the delivery condition of a structural failings. Educational experience is not the same as the increasing education quality. The government conflates the delivery condition with educational outcomes. These are not the same things. The opportunity cost argument, 71 trillion deserve the intervention with the stronger evidence base. The opportunity cost argument is not about whether to feed students, it is about produce the largest improvement in education quality per rupiah spent. The government will say the budgets are separate. That is true as a line item. It is false as a claim about finite implementation capacity. Indonesia Ministry of Education has limited administrative bandwidth, limited political capital, limited capacity to implement multiple major reforms simultaneously. Every ministerial meeting spent on MBG supply chain logistics is a meeting not spent on teacher development reform. Every provincial education office managing MBG quality control is an office not managing curriculum relevance compliance. Budget lines are separate, implementation capacity is not. And the evidence on what to produce the largest educational quality gains in developing country context is consistent. McKinsey 2022 Education Improvement Research across 40 countries found that teacher quality improvement program produced 15 to 25% improvement in student outcomes for over 5 years. Implementation periods. No nutrition or program in any developing country context has produced gain at that scale. If the goal is increasing educational quality, the evidence point to where to binding constraint actually is, and 71 per trillion of national investment dispersed to go where the evidence is stronger. Honorable adjudicator, the opposition has no opposing feeding student. We never will. We have argued that the safety claim the motion makes, that is the program increase the quality of education, requires evidence of implementation quality and outcome translation that the government did not provide. The Cochrane review found low to moderated evidence quality for school feeding cognitive outcome. India national program produced not measurable PISA improvement. Indonesia own ombudsman document implementation inconsistent, and the structural constraint the independent analysis identify as the binding limitation on Indonesia education quality remain completely unaddressed. Marginal cognitive improvement under ideal implementation condition which do not yet exist consistently in Indonesia is not increasing the quality of education in any robust way. The opposition stand firm. Thank you.
Okay, the second speaker of opposition team spent time for 7 minutes and 9 seconds.
Well, good speech. The second speaker from opposition team spent 7 minutes and 9 seconds. Well, to continue the debate from the government side, I invite the third speaker from the government team to give the speech. The floor is yours.
Good morning, honorable adjudicators, timekeeper, chairperson, notary, and respected opponent team, and everyone present here. My name is Iska Mailani as the third speaker of the government team. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposition might argue that the program requires a large budget and may not directly improve education quality. However, this argument ignores the long-term benefit of investing in student health and development. Education is not only about building and textbook. It is also about ensuring the students are physically capable of learning. Without proper nutrition, students cannot fully form education research. Ladies and gentlemen, our team has presented three main reasons why the MBG program improves the quality of education. The first is proper nutrition improves student concentration and brain function. The second, program increase school attendance by encouraging students to attend school regularly. And the last is nutrition meals improve academic performance and cognitive development. This argument clearly demonstrates that nutrition is closely connected to educational success. To further analyze the impact of this program, we must consider the long-term effect. School feeding program is not only improve daily learning but also contribute to long-term educational success. Studies from the Food and Agriculture Organization show that school feeding initiative reduce child malnutrition and improve long-term learning outcomes. When students grow up healthy and educated, they are more likely to become productive members of society. This means that investing in nutrition today leads to a stronger workforce and a more developed nation in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, now we go to the conclusion. Based on our argument and supporting evidence, it is clear that MBG program has significantly improved the quality of education. By ensuring the student receive nutrition meals, school create healthier, more focused, and more effective learning environment. Therefore, we strongly support this motion that free nutrition food program increase the quality of education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the speaker of government team. You spend time for 2 minutes and 31 seconds.
I thank the government whip, the third speaker from the government team spent 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Now, to summarize the opposition's arguments, I invite the third speaker from the opposition team. The floor is yours.
Thanks to the chairperson for the opportunity that has given to me. I am Triana as the opposition whip and the third speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, as the third speaker, my role today is to crystallize this debate and demonstrate why the opposition bench has been more convincing, more logical, and more impactful. But before that, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and Salve. A very good morning to the honorable educators, the precise timekeeper, the amazing note-taker, our beloved opponents, and not to forget the members of this beautiful house. Ladies and gentlemen, we as the opposition team strongly oppose this motion. The motion house believes that the free nutritious food or MBG program increases the quality of education. Before we go to the government's failing points, let me reframe you how this debate should be judged. This debate is not about whether hungry students deserve to be fed or whether nutrition matter for learning, but about the MBG not increases the quality of education. Let me take you to the government's failing points.
Interruption, please.
No, thank you. I'm still explaining. Let me take you to the government's failing points. The first speaker of the government team mentioned about hunger. But ladies and gentlemen, MBG addresses the symptoms. Hunger, not the cause. Poverty. Fix family income and you will fix the meal problem at its root. In addition, quality of education depends on the teacher quality. A full stomach doesn't fix a bad teacher or a crumbling classroom. Government funds are finite. Every rupiah spent on MBG is a rupiah not spent on textbooks, laboratories, or teacher training, things that more directly drive educational quality. The second speaker mentioned that MBG is also a reason for students to stay at school. But ladies and gentlemen, will not that just make them to go to school because there are MBG
The
for
opposition
them?
team, instruction please.
Yes, please.
The opposition team, sorry to say, but we're not believed to your argument. Can you explain whom was that broadcast come from? Ladies and gentlemen, we all know if we deliver argument, we need responsible to respect to really present our argument. So now my question is, whom was that broadcast come from?
Which one?
Sure.
Who? Which one? I'm explaining about a lot of things here. Can you tell me which one you want me to explain?
Your argument as well, when the second speaker speak, he says the argument, but he did not say the sorry. He did not say who was that broadcast come from. Now I wanna know by whom that evidence broadcast come from.
I'm speaking from experience, by the way.
And my question is, your argument have evidence, and now who your sorry? Where your argument come from, and who your argument broadcast show your argument? Because I want to know by whom that evidence broadcast come from.
Okay.
I am just explaining your arguments here. You say that MBG is also a reason for students to stay at school. So I'm explaining if they staying.
Yes, you explain it, but
Okay, stop. That's enough for the government team because you have twice for the chance.
Okay.
Thank you. Be
Okay.
seated.
I will continue my. So let's revisit the solid pillars of our arguments. What the opposition opposes is the casual claim the motion makes that this specific program in Indonesia's specific context produce measurable improvements in education quality that justifies its scale and cost. That is different and harder claim to prove, and the government never fully proved it. The 2021 Cochrane Systematic Review, the most rigorous form of evidence instances available independent of any program operator's institutional interest in positive findings, found the quality of evidence for cognitive performance improvements from school feeding to be low moderate, with significant methodology limitations. Low to moderate quality evidence is not the foundation for declaring a national program's impact as proven. Our second speaker extended that with the implementation reality that the government's evidence simply does not address, the WFP research was conducted under rigorous quality controls, standardized nutrition content, reliable supply chains, consistent delivery. Indonesia's MBG program, as currently being rolled out, faces documented supply chain challenges, regional procurement inconsistency, variable nutrition, the content across preparation facilities, and distribution delays in remote areas. The MBG program has may feed students, but feeding students and increasing the quality of their education are not the same at all. The government proved that nutrition matters. The opposition never disputed that. What they never proved is that this specific program at this specific scale in Indonesia's current implementation reality produces the educational quality improvements the motion requires. The evidence is low to moderate quality. The implementation is inconsistent. The structural drivers of Indonesia's educational gap remain completely untouched. The opposition must win because the question of opportunity cost was never genuinely answered. The government offered intention, the opposition demanded real evidence, and on that standard, the motion requires the evidence was never there. The opposition stands firm. Thank you.
Okay, the third speaker of opposition team spend time for 7 minutes and 4 seconds.
Well, thank you for the third speaker from the opposition team. She spent 7 minutes and 4 seconds. Well, I like this session. We now move to the reply speeches. And the time limit for this session is 4 minutes. I give the chance, I invite the reply speaker from the opposition team. Welcome to the podium. The time is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chairperson. We ask the opposition team disagree with this motion. While free nutritious food or MBG is beneficial for health, it does not directly and significantly improve the quality of education. First, the quality of education is mainly determined by teacher, curriculum, and learning resource, not food programs. Good nutrition support health, but learning outcomes depends on instruction quality. Without qualified teacher and proper facility, education quality will not improve. According to the World Bank, the teacher quality and effective teaching practice are the most influential factors in student learning outcomes. A school with free meals but poor teaching with method will still produce low academic performance. Academic success require engagement, instruction, and practice. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development indicates that the nutrition programs alone do not guarantee significant improvement in academic achievement. Students may attend school regularly because of free meal, but still struggle academically without proper teaching support. Feeding students is more important for their health, but educating them requires much more than food. Thank you.
Okay, for the reply speech from opposite team, spend time for 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Well, thank you for the reply speech from opposition team. He spent 1 minute and 25 seconds. Finally, to close the debate, I call upon the reply speaker from the government team to deliver the reply speech. For the reply speech, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to me. Honorable adjudicators, respected opponents, and everyone present here. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout this debate, our team has consistently proven that the Free Nutritious Food Program, MBG, plays a crucial role in improving the quality of education. The core of today's debate is simple. Students cannot learn efficiently if their basic needs are not met. Education quality doesn't only deepen our curriculum and... Not only students cannot learn especially if their basic needs are not met. Deepen on curriculum and teacher, but also on the physical and mental readiness of students. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team say they not clearly explained the Nutritious food nutritious food helps students maintain energy levels, focus better during lesson, and participate more actively in class. When students come to school hungry, their ability to absorb information decreases significantly. Therefore, ensuring the proper nutrition is a fundamental step in improving learning outcomes. Our second speaker further demonstrated that school feeding program has been successfully implemented in many countries and have been shown positive impact on student attendance and participation. When students know they will receive meals at school, they are more motivated to participate. When students now attend class regularly, increased attendance naturally leads to more learning opportunities. Our speaker then strengthened our case by showing that education clearly is a combination of several factors, including health, consideration, and health improvement. By increasing students' nutrient fit, the MBG programs helped create a healthier and more supportive environment for learning. Meanwhile, the opposition focused heavily on issues such as program costs and management problems. While this concept may exist, they do not evaluate the fundamental benefit of the programs. Evaluate public process face implementation change, but test doesn't mean the program is serviced ineffectively. What matters is the impact of students, and our team has clearly shown that proper nutrition improves students' ability to learn, participate, and success in school. Therefore, when comparing both sides of the debate, it becomes clear that government team provides stronger and more direct links between the MBG program and improvements in education reality. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I will reference our team. Allow me to reference why our team firmly stands to the motion. Education is not about textbook, classroom, and teacher. It is also ensuring that students are physically and mentally prepared to learn. A student who is hungry, cannot concentrate properly, cannot ingest a different lesson, and cannot fully benefit from the educational opportunity provided. The MBG program directly addresses the issue, ensuring that students receive nutrition during school hours. By doing so, it helps reduce hunger, increase concentration, and improve overall students' well-being. In addition, the program can also help reduce inequality. Many students from low-income families struggle to access nutrition for daily. The MBG program ensures that all students, regardless of their economic background, they have equal opportunities to learn in a health condition. This creates a more inclusive and supportive educational environment where students can focus on learning rather than worrying about hunger. In conclusion, the government team has demonstrated that providing nutritious food is not merely a fair policy, but an essential investment in student ability to learn effectively. For this reason, we strongly believe the food nutrition program increases the quality of education. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay. Thank you for reply speech of government team. You have spent time for 3 minutes and 33 seconds.
Well, thank you for the reply speech and the final speech from the government team spent 3 minutes and 33 seconds. Woo! Eminem kalah nge-rap ya kayaknya. Okay, thank you for the government team and opposition team. Ya, ini very good competition today. I thank both teams for their performance. This concludes the debate, and I would like to invite both team to cross the floor and shake hands as a sign of sportsmanship. Yeah. Well, thank you, and I give the time to adjudicators to deliberate the result, and the next debate will be the final session of SMA. Oke, mana pendukungnya nih SMK Negeri 3? Supporternya SMK Negeri 5 mana?
Okay, good morning everyone. So time to for the SMA, and I invite SMA Negeri 1 Merauke and SMA Negeri 3 Merauke to come to the stage. Okay, good morning, honorable educators, respected teachers, and our brilliant debaters from across Merauke. Welcome to the final round for the debate high school competition. Where is supporters from SMA Negeri 1 Merauke? Where is the supporters of SMA Negeri 3 Merauke? Okay, so today the government team from SMA Negeri 1 Merauke, SMA Negeri 3 Merauke, and then opposition team SMA Negeri 1 Merauke. So before we begin, please take note of the following rules. So time limit, each speaker has 7 minutes for substantive speeches. For the time, we will use bell. Yes, for the first and the 6th minute. It means that the POI are now opened. And the 7 minutes, 6 minutes. Okay, POI are now closed. And the 7 minutes, it means that time is up and you stop to speaking. Yeah, so today's motion, this house believes that makanan bergizi gratis (MBG) will significantly improve students' academic performance. Okay, so to efficiency the time, I invite the first speaker from government team. Time is yours.
Good afternoon, honorable judges and the opposition team. Before I start my speech, I will introduce myself. My name is Ribratul Aziza Sarudin, and I'm the first speaker of the government team. I will divine our motion today and set a parameter. And I have my second speaker here, Nazar Putra Alamsyah. He will emphasize my arguments with his arguments. And my third speaker here is Nadila Nur Aziza, will summary and rebuild our arguments and cases. I will start my speech in 1, 2, 3. Good morning, good afternoon, honorable judges and the opposition team. As a 10th grader, I've seen lunch break reality. Some students buy colorful sugary drinks and instant snacks, while others simply don't eat at all because they forgot their lunch money. By the time the final periods hit, half the class is staring at the clock with an empty stomach brain fog. The government team, or we, are here to argue that Makanan Bergizi Gratis, or MBG, is not just a social welfare program. It is an intellectual investment. It is the missing piece of the puzzle in Indonesia's education reform. Before I start my arguments, let me define our motion first. So, Makanan Bergizi Gratis, or MBG, is a standardized, government-funded program providing daily balanced meals, such as protein, complex carbs, and fiber to students. The significant improvement here, we are talking about a measurable increase in focus, cognitive retention, and long-term academic results. By academic performance, it's not just a test scores, ladies and gentlemen, but it is the quality of engagement in the classroom. This debate is about a biological reality. A hungry brain cannot learn, ladies and gentlemen. We can see in Indonesia, we have a silent emergency. We have students who show up to school but are mentally absent by 1 p.m. because their blood sugar has crashed. We define MBG as the fuel that turns a tired student into a competitive one. Our parameter here is simple. We are talking about the biological foundation of education. My first argument starting about elimination of cognitive inequality and hidden hunger. The opposition will likely argue that parents should provide food, but in Indonesia, we have a massive problem, ladies and gentlemen, which is a hidden hunger where students eat enough calories but zero nutrition. A student here who eats a high MSG fried snack for lunch experiences an insulin spike followed by a massive crash. During this crash, the brain's executive function or the part that handles math and logic effectively shut down, ladies and gentlemen. According to UNICEF Indonesia, 1 in 4 Indonesian children are stunted, but even those who aren't often suffer from micronutrients deficiencies. MBG ensures that every student, regardless of their parents' income or knowledge of nutrition, receives the brainful necessaries to stay sharp until the
Interruption,
lunch bell
please.
rings. No, thank you. This isn't just about charity, ladies and gentlemen. It is about optimizing the human hardware we use for learning. When a student eats ultra-processed food,
Interruption, please.
yes, please.
How can you just assume students are hungry? Can they just eat at home?
Thank you for your POIs. I will answer it after my argument ends. Thank you. When a student eats ultra-processed snacks for lunch, they experience a sugar high followed by a lethargic or lack of energy crash. They lose the ability to process complex logic. According to the Indonesian Ministry of Health or Kemenkes, over 24% of our teens suffers from anemia and micronutrients deficiencies. This isn't just health stat, it's an academic handicap. MBG provides the iron and zinc that neurons actually need to fire. You can upgrade the software if the hardware is starving. My second argument is about the attendance and grade correlation. Academic performance isn't just about being smart, ladies and gentlemen. It's about being there. It's about being present. Okay. Many students in Indonesia miss schools because of academic fatigue or frequent illness due to a weak immune system. When the students have poor nutrition, their immune systems are weak. They get sick more often, they miss more classes, and they will fall behind. Studies from the World Food Program or WFP show that school meal programs lead to a 9% increase in enrollment and a significant drop in absenteeism. In Indonesia, where many students drop out due to economic pressure, MBG acts as a social magnet. It brings them to school and gives them the energy to stay through the hard subject. You can't have high academic performance if the students are at home, sick, or too tired to pay attention. MBG builds the stamina here, the physical and mental strength to keep going needed for the rigorous 2026 curriculum. My last argument is behavioral stability and the classroom focus. We could ask any teacher here, what is the biggest distraction in class? It's not just phones, it's irritability and restlessness caused by poor blood sugar. When a student is hungry or sugar crashing, they become destructive. This creates a domino effect where one hungry student ruins the focus of the entire class. Research published in the Journal of School Health indicates that students with access to balanced school meals show better behavioral control and higher task persistence. By implementing MBG, we are creating a stable environment where teachers spend less time disciplining hungry students and more time teaching. We are creating a collective focus, ladies and gentlemen, and that raises the average performance of the entire nation. And to answer your POI, how can they just eat it at home when the school have 7 to 8 hours a day? Aren't we just make them having acid hurts with your POIs? Okay, wait. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that academic excellence is a house that must be built on foundation of health. For these reasons, I beg to propose. Thank you.
Okay, for the first speaker from the government team, you spend 7 minutes and 6 seconds.
Okay, thank you for the first speaker of government team, and I invite the first speaker of opposition team. The time will be counted when you start speaking.
I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable adjudicators, moderator, timekeeper, and also our beloved partner from the government team. We stand before you today as the opposition team from SMA Negeri 1 Merauke. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce our team. I am Rini Aniwa. I'm serving as the first speaker of government team, together with my teammates Andino Putra Andika Bakti as the second speaker and Gloria Yulita Fatruhan as the third speaker. We, as the opposition team, firmly reject the motion. Before presenting our case, let us first address the fundamental flaw in the government's argument. The government tries to simply a complex issue by claiming that nutrition directly leads to better academic performance. They focus heavily on biology, on energy, brain function, and concentration, as if this alone determines success in education. The honorable judges, however, this is an oversimplification. Academic performance is not built solely on whether a student is well fit. A student may be full but still fail because they lack proper teaching, learning environments, and academic support. Moreover, the government relies on improvement in motivation and concentration. Concentration as proof, but these are intermediate factors, not final outcomes. They have, therefore, from the very beginning, their case fails to establish as direct and significant causal link between MBG and academic performance. Ladies and gentlemen, our stance is clear. MBG will not significantly improve student academic performance because education outcomes. Yes?
If you guys say that nutrition is not a priority, how do you expect students with anemia and low energy to maintain focus for a full school day?
Okay, thank you for your question. I will answer it after my speech. Ladies and gentlemen, the honorable adjudicators, MBG will not significantly improve students' academic. Our stance is clear. MBG will not significantly improve student academic performance because education outcomes are shaped by complex structural factors. The program is highly inefficient in execution. It creates long-term social and economic traits that undermine its intended benefits. And the honorable adjudicator, please allow me to explain our theme. I, Rini Aniwa, as the first speaker, will review the government case, provide our theme framework, and deliver our first and second argument. My second speaker, Andino Putra Andika Bakti, will further rebut the government claims and extend our case by presenting the third until sixth arguments in detail. Our third speaker, Gloria Yulita Fatruhan, will rebuild our case, reinforce our analysis, and respond to the core classes in this debate. Finally, our reply speaker will weigh the debate and demonstrate why the opposition side win this motion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to our first argument. Our first argument is about the complexity of academic performance. The government say food equal grades, but we say environment equal grades. Academic success is not determined by a single factor. It is shaped by multiple elements such as teacher quality, parental environment, and learning environment. Even if a child is perfectly nourished, they will struggle if, first, the teacher is ineffective or unmotivated. Second, the classroom is overcrowded. Third, the student lacks support at home. Global education data consistently show that this factor, not school meals, are the primary drivers of academic success. According to an article published on December 4th, 2019 by Isaac M. Oper, a senior economist at RAND, teachers matter more to student achievement than any other respect of schooling. Many factors contribute to student academic performance, including individual characters and family neighborhood experience. But research suggests that among school-related factors, teachers matter the most. This means the government is solving the wrong problem. They are focusing on biological input while ignoring pedagogical quality, the actual process of learning. As a result, MBG does not address the root cause of low academic performance. It only treats a small part of much larger issue. At best, we will have well-fed students in broken education system and thus does not lead to significant academic improvement. Second argument, no please. Indonesia is not small centralized country. It is an archipelago with thousands of islands, diverse infrastructure and unequal access to resources. The government proposed feeding millions of students every single day with consistent quality. This is not just difficult, it is unrealistic. The honorable judges, there are two major risks. First, food safety. Without strong logistic and proper storage system, food can spoil. In large-scale programs like STIC, even small errors can lead to mass food poisoning. When students get sick, their academic performance does not improve it stops completely. This is not just a theoretical risk, but already happening in real life. According to a report by Kompas TV on October 11, 2025, SD Negeri 2 di Noyin, Malang was forced to return MBG food packages due to unpleasant smell, clearly showing that the food was already unfit for the consumption upon arrival. Second, corruption and inefficiency. With such a massive budget, the risk of leakage, markups, and reduced quality becomes extremely high. Students might be promised nutritious meal, but receive low-quality food instead. So I will answer the POI from the government team. They can prepare to bring their own food from home because reminding they have disability. So if you say how about per family, there's so many food that are not expensive. That's all for me. I'm opposed to. Thank you.
Okay, for the first speaker from the opposition team, you spend 6 minutes and 35 seconds.
Okay, thank you for the first speaker of opposition team, and I invite the second speaker of government team. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone here, honorable chairperson, esteemed judges, and worthy opponents. My name is Nas Lamsha as the second speaker for the government side. And first, I want to say thank you for the first speaker that has explained about the basic of the government side. Judges, the opposition likes to talk about budgets, but they forgot the most expensive thing in Indonesia right now is lost potential. My first speaker established that a hungry brain cannot learn. I'm here to solidify that argument with hard facts and clear solutions. As the second speaker, I will prove that this isn't just a social program. It is a human capital investment that Indonesia desperately needs. But before we start, I wanted to ask the opposite team, as they have mentioned about the budgets that we spend on MBG. Indonesia, my question is, Indonesia has been at the bottom of the PISI ranking for over a decade despite many budget increase in education. If building schools and buying books hasn't worked, why are you so afraid trying with the one thing that we haven't tried, fixing the biological foundation of the students? And that's all. Now let's move to my argument.
POI?
No, thank you. The honorable judge, and everyone present, my first speaker mentioned how I will take it for the dialogue. According to Kementerian Kesehatan Kemenkes data from 2024, the hour stunting rate is still 19.8%. multiple studies featured in tempo and compass showed that children with
POI?
stunting, yes please,
If the budget runs out mid-year due to inflation, remembering now our country are on the way to inflation, what happens to the nutritional consistency you promised?
Okay, thank you for your POI. I will answer your POI after I finish my sentence. Thank you. Now let's continue my speech. Multiple studies featured in tempo and compass showed that children with stunting or chronic malnutrition have an average IQ gap 10 to 15 points compared to well-nourished peers. The contraction gap, a study from Universitas Atta 2025 confirms that the Makan Bergizi Gratis, or we can say MBG programs, lead to students being more fresh and stable in class. Teachers report that students who received these meals were 10% more active in asking questions and discussing that the difference between a student who survived the day and students who mastered the subjects. Thank you for listening to my data. Now let's start with my argument. The argument one is about economic equalizer. The opposition might say parents should be responsible and they can eat in home. But look at the reality. According to Badan Pusat Statistik BPS, the millions of families live on the edge of poverty line. This program levels the playing field. When every child, regardless of their father's income, eats the same high-quality proteins like eggs, fish, or chicken, we remove the economic distraction from the classroom. And for the research from the Future Educational Journal shows that school attendance in trial areas jumped from 85% to 95%. Students to come to school because they know they will be fit. Higher than attendance equals higher academic performance, period. And for the argument 2, academic performance isn't just about grades, it's about neuroplasticity. And the fact is, the Badan Pangan Nasional 2023 highlight that breakfast lunch with high omega-3 and protein accelerates cognitive process. In Indonesia context, we aren't just guessing. Judges report from Kemenkopolhukam Internal August 2025 showed that after MBG pilots, student focus level spikes. No, thank you. They weren't sleepy in the second half of the day. If the brain has no glucose, the brain shuts down. We are providing the fuel for the engine. The opposition might got free fracture by argument as the government team that I know they are thinking. No, thank you. That they are thinking about those kids who got poisoned by IMG. But let's be clear, every single case of food poisoning is a tragedy that we don't take seriously. But it's not a reason to stop feeding meals. No, thank you. According to Badan Gizi Nasional, those cases occurred due to lack of standardization catering, which is exactly why the government is now implementing SOPs. And to stop the program because of refused locals will be stopping all the commercial flights because of one mechanical issue. We don't cancel the progress, we tighten the safety. I anticipate the opposition will bring up no thank you, will bring up safety. Let's look at the solution. The government is not handing out boxes of food blindly. Based on evaluation report by Answering News, the solution is centralized schools kitchen model. And then for your POI, according to World Bank and Kemenkes, Indonesia loses about 2 to 3% of its GDP annually due to stunting and malnutrition that over 40 trillion lost every day productive. The opposition is worried about spending 71 million or we lost our budget, but they are silent about the 40 trillion we lose every year because our workers are psychically and cognitively stunted. They want to save punish while we lose a fortune that isn't a physical responsibility that economists blindness. And for the economic, they have talking about academic, but we can look at the data and the fact that research published in the Journal Management and Business and Kewirausahaan 2026 shows that Makan Bergizi Gratis, no thank you. Gratis program creates a multiplier effect. It requires massive amount of eggs, rice, and vegetables sourced from local farmers and UMKM. The fact is, trial in various regions showed a 20 to 50% increase in local algae procurement. Maybe that's all from me, and I'm proud to propose. Thank you.
The second speakers from the government team spent 5 minutes and 32 seconds.
Okay, thank you for the second speaker of government team, and I invite the second speaker of opposition team. The floor is yours.
I'll start my speech in 3,
2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, and our partner from the government team. Judges, before I start my speech, I want to give a rebuttal to the government team first. If they are talking about economy, why the money we have we don't use to make a scholarship to the student from poor family? Second, if they are talking about economy, why the money they don't use to increase the teacher salary? Third, if the school have no qualified teacher and no books, will a full stomach magically make a student understand what they are learning? And last, why we are priorities food over teacher salaries? Which one has a higher correlation with academic performance in global study? Judges, the government side has present a very beautiful, very expensive dream. They speak as a piece of chicken and a bowl of rice can magically transfer a struggling student into a genius. They treat the human brain like a machine where you can add fuel and get result. But a child is not a machine, and education is not a factory. Judges, the opposition believe the MBG is a simplistic solution to a complex crisis. The government is focused on the stomach, but they are ignoring the classroom, the home. No thanks, I'm still explaining. And the system. They want to spend hundreds of trillions of rupiah on food, while our teachers are underpaid, our buildings are crumbling, and our curriculum is outdated. Today, we will prove that MBG will fail to significantly improve academic performance because, first, academic success is multifactorial. No thanks, I'm still explaining. And it cannot be bought with calories. Second, the program is an operational nightmare that will lead to waste and corruption. And last, it creates a crowding out effect that destroys parental responsibility, family bonds. We don't need a national catering service. We need a functional education system. And that's why, as the second speaker, I will explain more in detail and provide evidence that this motion have to decline. First, we are talking about the complexity of academic... the complexity of academic performance. Judges, our first argument is that the government is oversimplifying what makes a student successful. They said food equals grade. We say environment equals grades. Judges, our evidence, according to the PSA program for international student assessment report, the top predictor of academic success are not school lunch. The top factor are teacher quality, parental involvement, and yearly literacy at home. Even if child is perfect fit, they will not learn if, first, the teacher is not motivated because their salary is lower than a delivery driver. Second, the classroom, no thanks, the classroom has 40 students and no ventilation. And last, the child goes home as a house with no books and parents who don't prioritize study. Second, we are talking about the operational inefficiency and the logistic nightmare. Judges, second, we must talk about the execution reality. Indonesia is not a small island. It is an island, it is an archipelago of 17,000 islands with varying infrastructure. Our evidence, the government plans to feed over 80 million people every single day. Let's do the math. To provide fresh nutrition and safe food to a school in a remote village in Papua or a crowded slum in Jakarta requires a perfect supply chain. Indonesia does not have this. According to the Indonesia Food Security Index, our cold chain logistics are still very weak. This leads to two major risks. First is about food safety. In similar large-scale program in other developing nations, we have seen the thousands of cases of mass food poisoning because the food was stored incorrectly. No, I'm still explaining, or cooked in unhygienic local kitchens. If a child gets food poisoning from a government meal, their academic performance doesn't improve. It stops completely as they end up in the hospital. Second, the corruption and the leakage. With a budget of hundreds of trillions, the temptation for corruption is massive. According to Indonesia Corruption Watch, social aid programs are the most vulnerable to leakage. We will see markups in price and markdowns in quality. The students will be promised chickens but receive a tiny piece of processed flour. Third, we are talking about the crowding out effect of parental. No thanks. Third, we argue that state is making a generous mistake by trying to replace the family. Our evidence, the primary responsibility for a child nutrition belongs to the parents, not the president. When the state, no thanks, when the state provides 100% of child nutrition at school, it creates a dependency culture. In economics, this is called crowding out effect. When the government profit a service. POI, please. Yes. You have said the social equality, but my question is, by making this program universal, we remove the stigma of being poor. Isn't social cohesion and equality in the cafeteria worth the investment? Okay, if I'm asking you again, now, if the school has no qualified teacher, has no book, will a stomach full or what you are saying magically make a student understand what they are learning? You can answer it, judges. Come back to our argument. Furthermore, education is most
successful when parents are active participants. When parents are responsible for their child lunch, they are engaged with the school. When the state takes over, the parents become a passive bystander. According to psychologist Yuri Bronfenbrenner ecology system theory, the most important layer for a child development is the microsystem or the family. By moving the responsibility of nurturing from the mother and the father to a government contractor, we are damaging the traditional Indonesia family structure. Judges, we are teaching a generation that the government is their provider, not their family. This creates a psychological passivity that is harmful to long-term character building. And for our fourth argument, we are talking about the opportunity cost. Fourth, we must discuss opportunity cost. Every rupiah spent on a lunchbox is a rupiah not spent on something else. Our evidence, the estimate budget for MBG is around 400 trillion rupiah. To put that in perspective, that is almost double the entire budget for the Ministry of Health or the Ministry of Public Works. Judges, our education system is an crisis of quality. In the latest PSA ranking, Indonesia is on the bottom. Our students are not falling because they are hungry. They are falling because they are not being taught properly. With 400 trillion, we could first triple the salary of every teacher in Indonesia, extracting the best minds of the profession. Second, modernize every laboratory and provide high-speed internet to every school. And last, provide for a university of scholarship for millions of talent poor students. And judges, let's summarize. First, we have shown that education is too complex for lunchbox to fix. Second, we have shown that logistics will lead to safety risk and corruption. And third, we have shown that state is crowding out the secret responsibility of the family. Four, we have shown the massive opportunity cost that robs our teachers and infrastructure. Fifth, we have shown that a rigid menu fails in that individual needs of the child. And judges, academic performance comes from a sharp mind, a motivated teacher, and a loving home. MBG provides none of those. For a more rational, efficient, and respectful education system, the opposition proud to stand against the motion.
For the second speaker from opposition team, you spend 7 minutes and 5 seconds.
Okay, thank you for the second speaker of opposition team, and I invite the third speaker of government team. The floor is yours.
Okay, I will start my speech at 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, honorable judges and fellow members of the House. My name is Nadila, and the third speaker of the government team. From the beginning of this debate, our side that has been consistent, our beloved first speaker show you what happens inside the classroom when students do not have proper nutrition. And our beloved second speaker proved with data from Kementerian Kesehatan, BPS, World Bank, and World Food Program that is not just the theory. This is a national scale problem with the real consequences. And up until now, the opposition has not been able to break that. Let's be very honest about what the opposition is doing. They keep shifting their discussion to things like teacher, facilities, and budget priorities, but they never directly answer one simple reality: students who are hungry cannot focus, and that is already proven by the data we broke. Kementerian Kesehatan show high rates of anemia and micronutrition deficiency, and World Food Program show school meals improve attendance. And World Bank show massive economic loss due to malnutrition. So this is not an assumption. This is already happening. Now I want to point out the biggest weakness from the opposition. They rely on ideal condition. They talk as if every family can provide proper nutrition. They talk as if every student come to school ready to learn. But BPS data already prove that millions of families are struggling economical. So their argument only works in theory, not in reality. Because in reality, students are already... No, thank you. No, thank you. Because in reality, students are already coming to school with unequal condition.
POI, please.
No, thank you. I will explain. I still explain. Some are ready to learn, some are not. And when the starting point is already unequal academic performance, we will never be equal. MBG directly fix that, not by assuming equality, but by creating it.
Now about their favorite argument, which is the risk. They will try push case like food poisoning, but this is where their argument becomes inconsistent because right now.
POI,
Yes, thank you.
does the government have a plan for the million of tons of food waste that will be generated when students don't like the standardized menu?
Okay, I will answer you PI at the end of my argument. Because right now, without MBG, students are already exposed to unregulated food every single day. Not monitoring, not standard, no guarantee of safety. And somehow they think that is safer than a system supervised by Badan Gizi Nasional and BPOM. That does make sense. They are defending the current problem while attacking the solution. And one more importantly, even if there are implementation challenges, that does not remove the main benefit of the program. Because the impact of nutrition...
POI, please.
No, thank you. Because the impact of nutrition on focus, attendance, and cognitive ability still stands. Now, let's talk about impact, because this is where we win clearly. Our beloved second speaker already explained...
POI, please.
No, thank you. Our beloved second speaker already explained using World Bank data that Indonesia loses around 2 to 3% of GDP due to malnutrition. So when the opposition talks about saving budget, what they are actually doing is ignoring a much bigger loss. We are not just talking about feeding students for one day.
POI, please.
No, thank you. We are talking about improving human capital for the next generation. Better nutrition leads to better focus. Better focus leads to better learning. Better learning leads to higher productivity. That chain is clear, logical, and supported by data at
POI,
this
please.
point. No, thank you. I still explain my argument. At this point, the opposition has two main problems. First, they cannot deny the link between nutrition and academic performance. Second, they cannot provide a solution that directly fixes the problem, and they only offer alternative that depends on students already being ready. While we fix the reason why many students are not ready in the first place. So, judges, this debate comes down to something very simple. Do we fix the condition of the students so they can actually learn? Or do we keep improving the system while ignoring the fact that many students cannot even use it properly? Because without proper nutrition, everything else becomes less effective. And that is actually exactly why this program creates significant improvement in academic performance, not because it replaced education, but because it makes education actually work.
POI,
No, thank you. And I have one question for the opposition team. Their solution focus on long-term improvement like infrastructure and teacher training.
POI,
No, thank you. But students are struggling right now. They are tired, distracted, and unable to focus in class today. MBG provides an immediate solution that directly improves their daily learning experience. No, thank you. Why are you delaying help for students who need it now? And I will answer the POI. We never wash the food with MBG because as we know, MBG is free, that students can bring their unfinished food to home to not waste the food. Okay, thank you. For those reasons, we proudly propose. Thank you.
The third speaker from the government team spent 6 minutes and 4 seconds.
Okay, thank you for the third speaker of government team, and I invite the third speaker of opposition team. The floor is yours.
I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable adjudicators, respectable government team, timekeeper, moderator, and the beloved audience. I'm as the third speaker from the opposition teams strongly opposed with this motion. This house believes that makanan bergizi gratis MBG will significantly improve students' academic performance.
Ladies and gentlemen and honorable adjudicators, allow me to strengthen our team's case by reinforcing our core arguments through several key points of evaluation. However, before I proceed, allow me to dismantle the government's claims by addressing some points of rebuttals. My first rebuttal concerns their arguments on cognitive function and concentration. Ladies and gentlemen, these arguments overstate the link between biological readiness and actual academic outcomes. While nutrition affects concentration, academic performance is primarily driven by teaching quality and learning methods. Ladies and gentlemen, a student can be fully energized but still fail to understand the material if instruction is ineffective. Therefore, MBG only addresses a basic condition, not the core driver to academic success. The next argument is about the absenteeism and health. Ladies and gentlemen, this assumes that presence equals learning, which is incorrect. Students can attend class regularly but still achieve poor results due to low engagement or ineffective teaching. Ladies and gentlemen and judges, improving attendance alone does not significantly improve academic performance because learning outcomes depend on what happened inside the classroom, not just the attendance. Ladies and gentlemen, the next argument about the achievement gap or the equality. The overseas inequality, the achievement gap is mainly driven by home environment, parental involvement, and access to educational resources. Equalizing food does not remove that deep structural differences. Therefore, MBG does not significantly reduce the academic gap. Ladies and gentlemen, the next is about the long-term economic productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, this argument shifts the discussion from academic performance to economic outcomes. Long-term productivity does not automatically prove short-term academic improvement. The motion focuses on significant academic performance, and this claim does not directly demonstrate the link. Ladies and gentlemen, and the honorable adjudicators, the next argument is from the government about the increased school participation and engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, participation does not, no thanks, I'm still explaining, not guarantee understanding. Students may be more active, but academic performance is measured by comprehension and problem-solving ability, not just participation. Without strong instructional methods, increased participation does not lead to significant improvement. Ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to strengthen our team's case by reinforcing our no thanks or core arguments through several key points of evaluation. The first argument is about the dominance of educational factors over biological inputs. Ladies and gentlemen and honorable judges, no thanks, academic performance is not driven by biological inputs like food, but by the quality of teaching and the learning system itself. Ladies and gentlemen and the honorable judges, data from the OECD Trucks PISA 2018 consistently shows that the strongest predictors of students' performance are teacher quality, instructional time, and socio-economic learning support. Now, thanks, nutrition does not appear as a primary driver of academic achievement in this large class assessment. This distinction is critical. There are many countries where students' nothings are adequately fed but still perform poorly due to weak teaching system. At the same time, education system with a strong pedagogy can produce high-performing students even with limited resources. Ladies and gentlemen, and the honorable judges, the next argument is operational inefficiency and logistic constraints. Now, thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, the scale of implementation introduced structural inefficiencies that directly undermine this program's effectiveness. Indonesia's geographic reality over 17,000 islands creates several distribution challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the National Food System Assessment, cold chain infrastructures remain underdeveloped, increasing the risk of food spoilage and contamination. Globally, large-scale feeding programs have experienced food safety failures, including mass food poisoning incidents reported in multiple developing countries over the past decade. Ladies and gentlemen, the next argument is the crowding out effect on parental responsibility. MBG alters the roles of the family in a way that weakens long-term educational outcomes. According to the Uri Braunfels ecological systems theory, the family is the most critical environment shaping the child's development. When the state assumes responsibility for basic needs like nutrition, parental engagement can decrease. Studies in social policy World Bank 2019 shows that over-reliance on government provisions may reduce household level initiative in child development. Ladies and gentlemen, and honorable judges, the next argument is opportunity cost and misallocation of resources. Public policy must prioritize the highest impact investment with an estimated cost of hundreds of trillions of rupiah and represent a massive allocation of resources. Meanwhile, Indonesia's PISA ranking remain low, reflecting systematic issue in teaching quality and not-science learning infrastructure. Research from the World Bank 2018 emphasizes that improvement in teacher effectiveness and instructional quality produces largest gains in student performance. The last argument is one-size-fits-all nutritional limitation. Ladies and gentlemen and honorable judges, a centralized feeding system cannot effectively address different individuals' needs. Children vary in metabolism, dietary restriction, and cultural food preferences. The next argument is short-term energy versus long-term academic outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, the assumption that MBG improves concentration overlooks the complexity of metabolic response. So, ladies and gentlemen, academic performance is shaped by teaching quality, learning environment, and family support, not by a single intervention. Improving education requires strengthening how students learn, not just what they eat. So that's why we're from the opposition team are strongly opposed with today's motion. Thank you.
The third speaker of opposition team spent 6 minutes and 46 seconds.
Okay, thank you for the third speaker of opposition team. And now we move to replay speeches. And I invite the opposition replay speaker. The floor is yours.
I'll start my speech in 3.
Okay, for replay speech for the first minute, yes, and the third minute will be.
I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Honorable judges and our beloved partner from the government team. Judges, the government side has given us a very beautiful fairy tale today. They talk about brain fuel. It sounds lovely, it sounds like a dream, but the problem with dreams is that eventually you have to woke up and face reality. The opposition is not here because we had children. We are here because we love results. And we know that is the program, as beautiful as it sounds, is a gigantic mistake that will hurt that very children the government want to save. Let's look at the big failures of the government case. But before it, we want to tell why we, as the opposition side, will win this debate. First, they are not answering why the money for MBG are not giving to increase the salary of our teacher, so their performance will be better. Second, they are not answering why the money are not used for scholarship to students from poor family. Third, our POI is about the food waste when the student don't like the standardized menu. They say we can bring the food go home. Honestly, judges, we are talking if the students don't like the standardized menu. For what they bring it home? Is it for their family? Because they are the target of this MBG. They are just run out from their argument, judges. And then we are asking, how can you just assume students are hungry? They talk, we can assume because students are taking 7 until 8 hours a day in our school. Judges, when they say the MBG can they bring to home, I think they are run off of their argument. Because if they have 7 until 8 hours in our school, of course they will be tired. And why don't they eat MBG and bring the MBG go to home? And 5, they are only look at the local impact. They are not looking at the biggest impact to the teacher and the other. Judges, our big failure at the government case is first, the Band-Aid solution and the root cause.
The government say hunger is the problem. We say poverty is the problem. Giving a free lunch at school is like putting a band-aid on a broken leg. It looks like you are doing something, but the bone is still broken. What happens when the child goes home? What happened on Saturday and Sunday? What happened during the holiday? By spending all our money, trillion of rupiah, on one plate of food, we are draining the budget of things that actually break the cycle of poverty. We are taking money away from the teacher's salary, from vocational training, and from job creation for the parents. And second, we are talking about the corruption and logistic nightmare. The government talk about eggs and milk and yogurt, but in a country with 17,000 islands, how do you get a fresh egg to a remote village in Papua without it rotting? This program is a corruption magnet. When you have a trillion of rupiah, it's moving through thousands of local contractors. The money will disappear instead of high protein fees. The children will end up with cheap crackers because someone in the middle stole the money. We have seen this before with other programs. When the government tried to move food on the scale, it becomes a logistic disaster. We will see food poisoning. We will see the stale milk. We will see a massive waste. This money will be 100% more effective if we just gave the cash transfer directly to the mothers. Mothers know what their children need. The government doesn't. And last, we are talking about the crowding out effect. The government say this is investment. We say it's a budget suicide. Georgia, Indonesia has a limited amount of money. If we spend a lot in free lunch, what do we lose? We lose a digital revolution. We lose a science lab. We lose a scholarship for university. And lastly, we are talking about dependency and independence. Georgia, we are teaching a generation that the government is the provider of everything. We are breaking the bond of parental responsibility. Don't vote a fairy tale, vote a reality. Vote for a long-term future of Indonesia. Do not trade our education budget for just a lunch tray. Georgia, for all of this reason, we are immensely proud to oppose. Thank you.
Okay, for reply speech of opposition team, you spend 3 minutes and 41 seconds.
Okay, thank you. And I invite the reply speaker from government team. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, the honorable judge and everyone present. Once again, my name is Nazar Putra Alamsyah, and I'm now standing here as the replay speaker. And before I tell you about our argument that we already told, I want to ask again about their question that one of them already asked us. Why spend the money instead of giving teachers 15% or building schools in the jungle? But let us thinking for choice. Let me ask them back. Let us ask them back. If the students are too weak or hungry to show up, those raising teachers' salaries will feed it. You can have the highest paid teacher in the country, but they still can't teach a student who is posted out on there. And then they are already talking about education quality. The opposition says we should spend this money on better books and laptop. But the question is, what is the point of high-tech laptop if the student using it suffering from chronic anemia and can focus more than 10 minutes? Are you prioritizing hardware over the living, breathing human beings who use it? And the third one is the system failure POI. The system failure, I want to ask them that Indonesia has increased education spending for years, yet PISA score remain low. If your approach, why hasn't it fixed the problem? And then about that kids throw away food. Kids throw away food when it comes to generic tasteless meal from a factory. Our plan is to use local kitchens and local cooks who actually know what we like to eat in this region. When the food tastes like home and community is involved in making it, it's not a handout, and it's not a handout that gets toast. It's a meal that actually gets eaten. We're focusing on quality, not just quantity. And then they are making a question for us that this about the teachers are already overworked and underpaid. And then our answer is this is why the Badan Gizi Nasional, or we can say National Nutrition Agency, was created. Teachers are there to teach. The logistic, cooking, and distribution are handled by third-party professional and local community cooperatives. Or we can say that kelompok masyarakat. In fact, by having students eat together, teachers can implement character building during mealtime, which is a core part of the curriculum mereka. We are supporting teachers, not burdening them. Aku terbang. And then let's start with those arguments and all of our talks that we already talking about before. And the first one, I want to talk about the speech that my first speaker already talking about. And the first one is, my first speaker they say that the opposition will likely argue that parents should provide food. But in Indonesia, we have a massive problem with hidden hunger, where students eat no calories but zero nutrition. And according to UNICEF Indonesia, 1 in 4 Indonesian children are stunted. But even those who are often suffer from micronutrient deficiencies, MBG ensures that every student, regardless of their parents' incomes or knowledge of nutrition, receives the brain fuel necessary to stay sharp until the last bell rings. And then MBG provides the iron zinc that neurons actually need to fire. You can upgrade the software curriculum if the hardware, or we can say the brain, is starving. And then we could see that many students in Indonesia miss school because of economic fatigue, frequent illness due to weak immune system. And then school meal program leads to 9% increase in enrollment and a significant drop in absenteeism. MBG acts as a social magnet. And then by implementing MBG, we are creating a stable environment where teachers spend less time displaying hungry students and more time teaching. We are creating collective focus that raise the average performance of the entire nations. And then I already make an argument that I already relate all of you to look at the data, and as I said about starting IQ, and then about the economic equalizer that judges, we know that this program levels the playing field when every child, regardless of their father's incomes. It's the high quality projects like egg, fish, on. That's all for me. I'm proud to propose. Thank you.
Reply speech of government team span 4 minutes and 3 seconds.
Okay, that officially concludes today's debate. Let's give one more big applause for the both SMA Negeri 3 Merauke and SMA Negeri 1 Merauke. And I now invite you to cross the floor and shake hands. So it's time to the educators to begin your deliberation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, give big applause for the teams today. Oke, masih tetap di sini kah semuanya? Iya, kita tetap semangat karena pengumumannya itu akan lebih deg-degan lagi ya. Ya, before we go to lunch break. So now we are going to invite the adjudicator to give the verbal adjudication. The stage is yours, ma'am.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So this is the time for educator to tell you what is happening during the debate from the first session, the second and third, and the last is the fourth sessions. Now we start with the first sessions, that is between, I forget, SMK 2, SMK 1, Tim 1, and SMK 1, Tim 2. Is that true? Yeah. All right, I will start with the government team, that is SMK 1, Team 2. 2 or 1? Yeah, I forget. Okay, the first speaker here. You are great, good argument, but unfortunately, again, you forgot to give the evidence. Yeah, you are confident enough and you have good manner. You can elaborate like spontaneous without text. Which one is the first speaker of the government team from SMK 1? Are you here? Okay. And then, that's good, yeah. And then for the second speaker for the government team, you have good intonation, you have good manner. You have also good ways of stating your positions. And there are some arguments that you have presented, such as elective lesson is a complementary without replacing, I just don't remember the title. Replacing the primary lessons, yeah. Okay, not distractions. That's a good point of view. And then the third is the third speaker. You need to improve the pronunciation, but you have good conclusion. And then for the reply speech of the government team, for the first sessions, good defendants, that's good, and good manner too, I love that. And now we go with the opposition team from SMK 1. Yeah, you have good manner, and you say that being specialist is the goal, yeah, of SMK, so you don't need to learn the elective subject, okay? And then the second speaker said, yeah, you were a bit unclear in delivering your ideas, so you need to improve your clarity. Although you speak fast, doesn't mean that you ignore the clarity. And then for the third speaker, you have good pronunciation, but unfortunately no evidence. And for the reply speech, you have good way of concluding, but you didn't resume what have mentioned by the first and the second speaker. You just do the rebuttals. Okay, that's for the first sessions, and then we go with the second sessions, that is between SMA 1 Tanah Miring and SMA YPPK 23 Yohanes Merauke. Alright, I'm going to explain to you. The first speaker, okay, you have the evidence and you talk about the sleep deprived. Yeah, that's why this house believes that the homework should be banned. Okay, and then you say that if there is homework, you will need tutor, and it's for poor family, it doesn't feed, okay? That's good. And then the second speaker, you have good evidence, but unfortunately, you need to improve your manner or the way you deliver your ideas to convince the adjudicators. That's from the second speaker of SMA 1 Tanah Miring. And then the third speaker, oh yeah, unfortunately, SMA 1 Tanah Miring only repeated the same idea. Yeah, they talk a lot about sleep deprived many times. There is no new argument. So we need new arguments, not only one argument. And then the third speaker, yeah, you need to improve your manner. Yeah, the way you conclude, it's okay. And again, in the third speaker, you don't need to define the motions, because the motions definition will be explained by the first speaker only, not by the third speaker. So no need to explain the motion. And then the reply speech, yeah, you need more manner, yeah, and then you need to improve the pronunciation. and you did not include the words of your opposed team. It's just only your team, and it's not reply speech. And then for the opposition team, that is from SMA YPPK 23 Yohanes Merauke. For the first speaker, you have mentioned the team split, which is good, and then you are confident enough, and your intonation is quite clear, and then your clarity is quite clear. It's just good, yeah. And you say that you also provide some evidence, like 70% of memory lost, and the quality of nation is getting lower. That's good because of the Hamburg, because of banning the Hamburg. And then the second speaker of SMA YPPK 23 Yohanes Merauke, you have good manner, and then yeah, you're my favorite. Very good. I love it. Yeah. The way you deliver your ideas. Yeah. And then the third speaker. Okay, good conclusion, but you need to improve your manner. Do not focus only on your text, but sometimes you have to see your audience, you have to see the educators, you have to staring at your opposed team. Okay. And you have, oh yeah, the second speaker also had deep analysis on the matter or the motions. And then the reply speech, good way of conclusion, and there is no problem with the reply speech of SMA YPPK 23 Yohanes Merauke. That's for the second sessions. Now we go with the third sessions. That is SMK 5. SMK 5. Are you here? SMK 5? Are you listening to me? Okay. First, it is for the first speaker of SMK 5. Yeah, you need to improve pronunciation because it's a bit unclear. And then improve your manner too. Don't focus only with your text, but also, yeah, say hi to your audience. Not say hi, but you can see your audience, and then you stare at your opposed team. Okay. Yeah, those two big problem with the first speaker of government team, that is SMK 5. And now for the second speaker, your manner is good. It's a wow. Which one is the second speaker of SMK 5? Are you here? The girl with the hijab. Yeah, she's good, very good for the manner. And she has good arguments also. And then, yeah, she has presented some POI, but unfortunately the POI is not clear. Like she wants to ask for the source of the information to the opposed team, but unfortunately she cannot mention which statement that needs the source. Okay, and then for the reply speech, the third speaker, you have good pronunciations, and you have also good arguments, and you put the evidence too, which is good. And for the reply speech, okay, good manners, good way of concluding. And then for the opposition team, SMK 3, are you here, SMK 3? Okay. Now I will begin with the first speaker. Well, the first speaker was doing great, yeah. But you need to improve your pronunciations a bit to be more clear or clearer. And then you also put the evidence, which is good, from PISA and World Bank. You say that teachers' quality, okay, about school management, that becomes the first factor of affecting the quality of the education, right? It's not merely because of the MBG, but other factors. And then the second speaker of SMK 3, you have a wonderful rebuttal, and you put also the evidence too, and you have deep analysis of the ideas that you are presenting, which is good. Okay. And then Okay, you say that you emphasize on we are responsible for each rupiah that the government spent. Yeah, is it worked or not? Okay, and then the third speaker. This is for the next or the future debate. Please, for the third or the second speaker, you don't need to introduce yourself again, because the first speaker has done that. Okay, so no need to introduce yourself. Yeah, good evidence, and then good way of concluding, and then for the reply speech, good restatement. Okay, that's good. Now we go with the fourth sessions, which is between SMA 3 and SMA 1. SMA 3, are you here? Yeah, SMA 1, are you here? Yeah, thank you for making us confused to decide which one is the winner, but we have to pick one. All right, the first speaker of government team, that is from SMA 3, you need to improve the manner in order to be more convincing to the adjudicators. Okay. So whether it is by your intonation and by your gesture, but not too much, it's just a little. Okay. And then the quality, yeah. Everything is just fine. Just improve the manner a bit. And then the next is for the second speaker. Very good rebuttal. Very good, no comment. Yeah, I think there is no problem with the second speaker of SMA 3. And then for the third speaker, good ways of concluding, but you forgot to answer the POI. Or did you answer the POI? But it's not really answering the questions. Okay, I hope you understand. And then the reply speech. Reply speech is done by. Okay, so yeah, it's also good. No comments, because you have tell us how the debate run from the first to the end. Okay, now we go with the SMA 1. SMA 1, where are you? Okay. So for the first speaker, it's clear and you have good pronunciation too, which means you listen to me, right? So yesterday I have given you some input. And you also define the motions, and not define the motions, but describe the team split, and you put the evidence, which is great. And that's for the first speaker. And then the second speaker, you have good manner. I don't know, both of the second speaker from SMA 3 and SMA 1, both are amazing. Yeah. So there is nothing to compare. Both of you are great. Okay, and yeah, there is no problem with the second speaker. You're doing great. And then for the third speaker, you have good rebuttal. Yeah. Okay, the girl. You have good rebuttals, and then you also have concluded what have been said by the first and then the second speaker, which is good. But unfortunately, you didn't accept the POI. I was waiting that you accepted the POI, and I would like to see. And then for the reply speech, good ways of replying the speech. Yeah, as usual, there is no problem with you. But there is one thing that I need to emphasize for all of the participants. Debate is not only a matter of presenting your arguments and that's it. But you need to put a lot of efforts by giving more evidence, by arguing your opposed team. So again, do not sink in yourself, which means you forget that you have the opposed team. That's why the POI is one of the key here. So next time in the next debate, don't be afraid if you get the POI, and don't be afraid to deliver your POI, because that's the real debate is. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. I will give it to the committee. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the adjudicators for the verbal adjudication. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being part of this competition. Ya, terima kasih untuk menjadi bagian dari kompetisi ini. Saya atas nama panitia debat bahasa Inggris SMA dan SMK pada HARDIKNAS 2026 mengucapkan terima kasih dan permohonan maaf apabila ada kekurangan dalam pelaksanaan debat bahasa Inggris tahun 2026 ini. Dan setelah ini kita akan break, namun sebelumnya saya menyerahkan ke Ibu Haryati untuk menjelaskan acara selanjutnya. Terima kasih.
Pakai bahasa Inggris. Terima kasih Ibu Guru. Ya, terima kasih untuk semua anak-anakku dulu. Berikan aplaus untuk semua anak-anak. Iya, baik. Kita istirahat. Di dalam istirahat untuk tim juri, bagaimana teman-teman, sudah disiapkan konsumsinya? Iya, baik. Di dalam istirahat kita akan melihat penampilan dari SMP Buti. Saya panggil Sanggar Tari SMP Negeri 1 Buti. Mari. Di mana? Oh iya. Mari. Ayo. Mana? Mana supporternya SMP Buti? Ayo. Mana? Ibu bapak gurunya mana?
dunia. Iramai ya iramai tahun ya iramai. Iramai ya iramai tahun ya iramai. Warbai kadus Jawa, amoy tawi kawa. Minamawe tanda tataran nasiriwa. Iramai ya iramai tahun ya iramai. Warbai kadus Jawa, amoy tawi kawa. Minamawe tanda tataran nasiriwa. Warbai kadus Jawa, warbai kadus Jawa. Minamawe katambau, minamawe katambau. Tambau seraso dirupa warnai. Bergandengan tangan dan menari, ayunan langkah. Padamkanlah duka negeri ini yang kini kian membakar pesadamu. Arafateyo, Arafateyo, Aro Iroro, Aroro Iroro. Yo kasihan anak negeri yang kini dilanda kebeluk yang membara. Negeriku Papua. Shalala, shalalala, shalala. Bawi manduyana, wani nandunine, murare nandu, nananu besar. Laju sekencang motor, tapi saya selaju pesawat tempur. Buku sayang baru 2 tapi saya sudah 100%. Jangan kau takut kalau dengan saya, alangkah dobek-dobek pusing awet. Yang saya takut bapak panasan, karena doi masih sekolah. Berapa orang sapa warumo, berapa orang sapa warumo. Tut 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 tut. Berapa orang sapa warumo. Tunggoro air wandewe, isore tiro tuoa. Eva don 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 don. Tati kuiwe, tanoi mata tanai majai jo. Tatara maniso. Tamborai, tamboma, tamborai, tamboma, siri majajai jo. Tamborai, tamboma, tamborai, tamboma, siri majajai jo. Siri Sampai ketina karusinia wibundigo Sirere beko sasapai siapa mana Oisara sasapai yamato mana Urbanisya mana Bisa biaraimu Raimu undama Wewe sanoma sotata Nana tani baba weposya Mendur buramawe Benda mata besi Nasa mesiri Napa sasar undama Napa sasar undama Napa sasar undama Ku kenangkan saat kita berdua Ditambah masa soya terpai Janji manis yang kan pernah ucapkan pada diriku Mungkin nanti kau kembali padaku Ku tetap setia menanti Kasihku sayangku Kapan kau kembali Kasihku sayangku Ku selalu menunggumu Mungkin nanti kau kembali padaku Ku tetap setia menanti Kasihku sayangku Kapan kau kembali Kasihku sayangku Kapan kau kembali